Be warned, we have a hot mic. Thank you for clicking on this video recording. This is a game session of Silver Weaver Holmes Troupe's game of Forbidden Lore. Forbidden Lore is our cosmic horror setting. It is designed for one-shots and short campaigns, which we are doing today because we had a player have to miss game. The year is 1951. The setting is a small island off the southern coast of France. It is a beautiful summer's day, and your characters have received invitations in the mail from a distant relative to come visit him on his very beautiful island to talk about a matter of an inheritance. Your characters have never met before. How they're related is up to you all, but basically it's one of those second cousin of a second cousin, maybe by marriage kind of thing, right? So you're not necessarily related by blood, but you are related at least by law. All right. When the game starts, you are both sitting on the docks of Marseille, waiting for your ship. Describe how you see your characters to me. Now, I've given you brief blurbs, but I've left a lot up to you so that you can fill it out. The only thing I'm going to tell you is that, Joey, you're a war veteran from the Second World War. Which country you fought for and what you did is up to you. You do have a niggling war injury that sometimes comes up and affects you, and you can determine what that is. Maybe it's a shake, maybe it's a tremor, maybe it's a bad hand, whatever that would be. Simone made her living before the war as a psychic, and she had the unfortunate ability of actually being really gifted. You can touch people and see snippets of their past or their character. You can touch items and do the same. You also have the weird ability to occasionally get a little bit of a foreboding or an omen. Unfortunately, you were tried for fraud right before the war, and people remember that because you made a couple of erroneous predictions to some very rich people, and they took you to court.
What year is this, by the way?
1951.
Got it.
So describe to me what you think your characters would be like or see upon the docks of Marseille.
Okay. Joey is sitting on the docks of Marseille. He's holding in his hand, wrapped in paper, of course, because you can't eat these things just in your hand alone. He's holding a croque monsieur.
Ah, yes.
He's munching on it.
For those who don't know, that is a very large and wonderful sandwich.
Yeah, it's the French. It's the sandwich that inspired the Monte Cristo. He's been living now. He actually was living in Paris for it's almost 6 years now since the war ended.
Excellent.
Is that okay? His shoulder injury isn't too bad. But he's just mulling over, the good memories, trying not to focus on the bad ones. Watching the people out in their little pleasure cruises and the opening to the Mediterranean.
Joey, which shoulder is it?
And wondering how the hell he managed to be related to this random man from France.
Joey, which shoulder is it?
So his left. The
left
one,
shoulder.
His left.
Okay. I'm trying to think what that would be.
Shrapnel.
Shrapnel? Okay.
Yeah.
Simone, what do you think your character might be like?
Were cigarettes a thing back in the 50s?
Oh, fuck yes.
Okay, so she's like lounging in a chair, smoking probably her smoking through her second box of cigarettes.
Does she use the whole cigarette holder thing to look chic?
Of course. got a little hat too on her head that's got like ribbons and like feathers and shit, so it looks kind of fancy-ish, but it's very threadbare at the same time, so it looks run down. She got like a whole little shawl type thing on in her dress. It's an attempt to look nice, but still looking shabby because, you know, I'm sure she's probably been hard up on money since her whole court case and all that. So, yeah, she's just
Not to
sitting
mention
there.
the war's only been over for a few years.
Yeah.
How do I...
So, sitting there smoking and people watching.
Okay. Turn on my cam. There we go. Okay. Why have I got an extra thing up? Okay, whatever. Alrighty. So, you're sitting there on the docks. The pleasant breeze and the salt air is coming in. And Simone, this little boy goes walking by. He looks like he might be Algerian. That is a North African Arab state just south of France on the other side of the Mediterranean.
Yeah,
France has a very complex history with Algeria. We'll use that word. And
let's use that.
he comes by and is going, kebabs? 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 Comes up to you, kebab, madam?
Oh, yes, so. No, thank you.
Okay. He succeeds. He does not... Oh, I should warn you one thing about Forbidden Lore. Normally in Simple 6, the curve is set at 3 for an average success. Forbidden Lore is a bit harder and a bit grittier, so the average curve is actually a 4. This means it's a little harder to get some things done. So occasionally, if it seems like the numbers are higher than they were in past Simple 6 episodes, that's why. He happened to roll a 4. That's what brought it to my mind. He looks at the very pretty lady, and Simone, where are you from? I gave you a French name, but you don't actually have to be French.
I don't know. I guess she may be French American or something.
French American. Well, with an increased degree of success, he interprets correctly that you're not exactly French. And he says, New York?
No, and
He's racking his brain. It's clear he does not know where that is. He thought all Americans were like from New York or Washington or Chicago. Oh. I've always wanted to go to New York. New York the best. America the best. He handed the kebab again, trying to sell it.
unless he muted me, so I had to unmute it.
Understand.
Do I need to roll something?
No, I didn't ask you to roll. Up to you. How you want to react?
So she's like, I'm not hungry right now, thank you.
Oh! He fails in his sales attempt and says, but you're so thin, you're ugly. You need to eat. How are you going to get married? You need something on your bones. He pats his thighs. Puts the kebab back in your face.
Okay, little man. Here. I'll buy one. Just stop bothering the lady.
Ah! Looks at you. G.I. Joe, real American, and puts the kebab in your hand. Holds out his palm for Frank.
All right, 1 second. Just it takes him a little moment because he's got to make sure he doesn't drop the kebab or the crock, and he kind of has to hold them both. But he manages to take out the money, but because of the shoulder, his hand gets a tremor and ends up falling on the floor. Oh, kid, I'm sorry. Here.
Kid doesn't care. He dives, gets the money, leaves with a big smile, runs down the lane. Kebabs, kebabs! Next to you, a very tall, muscular Turkish man says, you shouldn't encourage them.
either that or he was eventually going to pick her pocket, so what was I supposed to do? Oh, this is good shawarma. You want some?
That's actually a really good line. Let me roll for him. Well, he looks at you mildly disdainfully, but he kind of shrugs. He's like, yeah, point taken. Sometimes it's best to just take the path of least resistance.
Hmm.
And you were offering him something, Mike?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have a croque monsieur. I took one of the pieces of meat on the kebab, but I really don't actually want it. So I'm asking if he wants some. It's good shawarma.
The Turk goes,
It's not charity.
I can't guarantee it's halal.
Oh, sorry.
No offense taken.
What's
You're
halal?
just being generous.
Mm-hmm.
It's like kosher, but for Arabs. He says with a bit
Oh,
more
I know
disdain in
what
his
halal
voice.
Listen,
Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't live, Mike. That was you asking?
that was the character asking.
Okay, the character, I thought so. So the Turk says somewhat
Oh, okay.
disdainfully, it's like kosher, but for Arabs.
Okay.
Oh, says a woman next to him. And she is blonde. She is beautiful. She's very tall. She's like 5'11", right? Ibris, be generous to the young man. He clearly is from across the waters. Roll a observation on her. Observation is a mental, well, actually, it's a social test. She has an odd accent.
You're wrong, General. Still hold on. I'm checking to see what my observation is. Oh, mental is just 0. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we're rolling D6s, right?
D6s.
How many?
Just
How many
one.
do I roll? Just one?
You roll one. If you roll a 6, it explodes with a D3.
I rolled a 3.
So you don't catch where the accent's from. You know it's somewhere European.
All right.
Did Ruth catch that?
I'm rolling it. I'm
D6.
rolling 2.
D6 with a mental, yes, because it's all in the same area.
I rolled a 1, so yeah, no.
Oh, you have no clue where she is. All you know is that you don't like her accent. It sounds horrible. It sounds like it's trying to be French but can't quite pull it off. And then
We have a Belgian.
on the other side of Ruthie's character, this very conservatively dressed woman with brunette hair, dressed from like chin to ankle in clothing. Looks a little uncomfortable in the Mediterranean heat, but is also kind of like not willing to compromise. She has very stiff backbone. She's standing up exactly straight. Both you roll your observation with a +1 bonus. You only need to get a 3 or better.
3 exactly.
British.
Okay, so my die exploded, so 6 + 2 + 1 is 9.
British from the Midlands and from money.
Where are the Midlands located?
Midlands would be things like Birmingham,
Hmm.
if I've got my British geography correctly.
Okay. Shows so she's a rich suburbanite. Hmm. I mean, he's not going to say anything, but he is going to ask, "Are you here also regarding the will, ma'am? In fact, are we all here regarding the will?"
She turns to you suddenly, sees that you're American, she kind of relaxes. Oh, well, it would depend whose will we're talking about. I am actually here to see a relative, Louis de Palme, and that's who everybody's here to see.
Hmm.
We should start a
Mr.
club.
The Turk goes, how exactly are you related to Mr. Diplom? She looks at the Turk, somewhat disdainfully, and says, I am the second cousin of his sister. I see. Third cousin of his sister. Well, that's what happens in the Mediterranean, she says. Oh, I'm so sorry, madam. I didn't have the acquaintance of making your name, says the Turk. I believe it's proper manners for the gentleman to introduce himself first, if there are any here. She steps a little bit closer to the obvious American, which is Joey. The Turk smirks.
I'm not exactly sure I would consider myself to be a gentleman, but I do try to be a gentle man.
That was good.
As far as my relation to him, and he pulls out the paper. It says here. Yeah, it says here that I am his third cousin directly. I don't know. I was working at the bakery I work at in Paris, and then this really well-dressed lawyer just comes in and basically just puts this in my hand and walks away.
The Swede looks at you and goes, "You stayed in Paris after the war? Was there a girl?" So she looks very intrigued by you. Was it a romance? Or was it just the city seduced you?
I hold up the crook. Yes.
Everybody roll a mental. Difficulty 4.
Yeah. Basically, I'm saying yes, and the food is wonderful.
So all the NPCs actually failed.
I rolled a 5.
Well, you don't have to roll. You're the one making the joke. What'd you get, Ruth?
2.
So everybody kind of snickers at the food comment because, France food. And the tone of the whole conversation shifts. It goes from being this slightly adversarial thing that was developing to being more calm and more civil. The blonde woman speaks first. My name is Zeddy. I am from Sweden. I am very, very intrigued by the American that lost his heart to Paris.
Well, it's not like I don't want to take, a ship back once in a while, but I've been staying in the city for 5 years. It's just so great. I mean, when we came into Paris, some parts of it were blown out, but now it's the City of Lights again.
The Turk goes, my name is Ibris. I originally am from what you call Turkey. My mother, however, was French, so I have dual citizenship. I was spending some time here in France. The blonde woman, the brunette woman goes, my name's Lori. I am recently separated from my husband.
Guess it's my turn now. Simone de Blair. I'm honestly not really sure how I'm related to this fellow. Maybe I'm some illegitimate child that popped up along the way. No idea, really. But, here I am. That's really all you need to know.
So when you mention your name, the women clearly don't know who you are. But Ibris goes, de Blair?
Blair.
As in Madame Forsyte de Blair? He's mentioning your stage name.
And she's like, my name is Simone Blair.
I see. You hear a boat suddenly moor to the edge. You hear some casting lines go off. Dock hands are tying the ropes down. A gentleman steps off the boat. He appears to be an old, grizzled sea salt. Pipe in the mouth, cap, the whole stereotypical shtick. He steps off, he takes one look at the group. He holds up a copy of the invitation letter and goes, if you're here for Mr. De Palme, the boat has arrived. You have 15 minutes to board, and then we're leaving for the island. Get her refueled, Chucky. Aye, Captain.
Yep, I'm Joey.
Oh, it's not a little child's doll that's refilling the boat, right?
No, Chucky is apparently some kind of, he looks like he might be a little slow, but he's some kind of dockhand that's currently refueling the ship. It is a small size yacht, probably about 30 feet long. It's got a mast. It has got a power board. It'll do the job. It looks to be in good repair too.
Joey presents his inheritance paper.
To who?
Hi, I'm Joey.
To who? The captain left and Chucky's tending the boat.
Oh, I didn't know the captain left.
Yeah, he
actually just
took
kind
off.
of holding it out now. You know, I could be lying to you people.
Chucky looks up
I'm
and
not,
goes,
but still.
Nobody lies about seeing Mr. De Palm. He's a nice guy.
Okay. Without another word, Joey puts away the paper and goes to sit in the boat, preferably as far away from Chucky as possible, because that answer kind of creeped him out.
Ibris helps the speed on, looks at Joey, kind of admonishingly, helps the British lady on him. He helps her on. She actually almost slips. Everybody roll their observation. It's a mental test.
2.
You miss it.
Okay, I just rolled 2 6s in a row. Do I roll again?
You see it. No, you see it with perfect clarity. When she was stepping on the boat, the Turk, you have like a gangplank that's a little wobbly. He stepped on the plank to make it unstable, just enough that she couldn't detect, but enough to throw off her stride. And so she falls in him and he has to catch her. She looks up at him. He looks down at her. And you can see a flirtation attempt on the Turk's part.
No, Perdage. No, down, Perdage.
Stop mentioning other games. However, Miss Laurie is not having it. She looks up at him with very cold, bland, British features and demeanor. And he can feel the cold winds of the northern part of that island sweep the moment. Accepting defeat, he says stiffly to save face, "Careful. Boats are slippery." "Indeed. Like men, apparently," she says as she departs.
Oh.
Ibris then holds out his hand to help you on, Miss Simone.
Simone just marches her own way across the thing without taking any hold.
Damn. All right. Ibris looks defeated, and then he sits on, and you all are there for a few minutes. Chucky comes out with a pitcher full of tea, sets the tea down on his central table, along with like some little croquettes and some little crackers and stuff for the guests. And he goes back below decks to do something with the engines.
Joey, by this point, has already finished a croque monsieur and a kebab, so he's not going to be eating anything, so he's just going to be people watching.
Okay. Give me a mental test to watch the people.
Wrong button. There we go. 4.
Okay. The dock is getting very crowded. Apparently a lot of people coming into and off of boats. It might be because the tide's coming in. Boats are starting to get ready to depart. You're not quite sure what's going on. But it does seem to be a lot of activity. You don't see anything that worries you. But it does seem to be busy in the hustle and bustle. You spot the captain of the boat, your boat, walking back. And in hand, he's got a fifth of rum.
A bunch of strangers on the boat, a drunk captain, crewman who gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Do I need to roll something since he has some rum?
If you want to try to get a vision, you can. If I remember your power, I would have correctly, you can try once a scene for 0 cost.
No, that's not what I was referring to, because one of my disadvantages is my alcoholic, and he has alcohol in his hand. So do you need to roll something for
True,
that?
but he's also all the way over on the docks. He sees the guy walking over. It's not in your presence yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Never mind then.
The captain boards, pulls a pull from the fifth, caps it, puts it in his pocket, takes out his pipe, packs it. He's not stepped onto the boat yet, technically. He's still on the gangplank. Packs it, lights it, Looks at everybody. See him eye everybody. Everybody roll observation on him.
Mm-hmm. 4.
5.
He gives you each a critical eye. He's basically sizing you up to see if any of you are going to be problems on his boat. And you all sense that you pass muster. He does have some reservations about the Turk. But after a while, he's like, meh, all kinds. He steps on. He's about to take the gangplank away when all of a sudden, you hear from the docks, wait, wait, wait. It's a young feminine voice. The captain undoes the gangplank, pulls it aside, walks over to the wheel. What does everybody do?
I think that woman is signaling to us, sir.
What if she is? Says the captain as he pulls on his pipe. She should have been here earlier. He's starting the engines.
Well, do you think that Mr. Tabama is going to be happy if she is one of his guests and we haven't delivered him?
I don't give a good goddamn what De Palm does with his guests or how happy he is. If he doesn't like the way I run my boat, he can get a new charter.
Well, you're the captain of the ship.
He's pulling away.
But I do think you're being...
The boat's about 1 yard away from the dock when you see this very young woman, athletic, yelling out, cursing in French at the captain. Stop the boat! Stop the boat! You smelly seagoat! I'm on this boat! She holds up an invitation. He gives her a finger. She huffs, steps back 2 yards, and with a running leap, crosses the distance. Everybody roll your mental to observe something.
I rolled a 1.
You fumble.
3.
You see it. When she leaps, her dresses kind of spread, and it's very clear that she came here in such haste that she's just wearing her hose and garters. She lands on the boat, stalks up to the captain, and starts whacking him with the invitation, cursing at him rapidly in French. He's just kind of taking it.
All right. I go and I basically am going to give her a hold, mostly because this is an excuse for me to hold this young Spitfire.
Hell yeah, I like it. Give yourself a destiny.
All right. Mademoiselle, you're on the boat. It's fine. You still have the paper?
Roll your mental to see if you can make out what she's yelling at the guy.
4.
They know one another. She apparently has been on the docks for quite some time. She's yelling at him because he was trying to avoid her because he owes her money. Catch my meaning? So the two of them are having a heated argument. She's yelling at him, you deadbeat reprobate sea salt. You walk out of me that night. You stiffed me for my services. You didn't even come to the show. Now, you all have been in Marseille probably for a little bit. Everybody roll another mental for me, see if you recognize her.
Right. Okay, there we go. 4. I keep going 4s.
You both recognize her. She is a minor celebrity. She is a very popular dancer. And she dances in certain kind of venues, if you catch my meaning. So she's slapping the captain. You still owe me 20 French marks. You son of a... And he's like, oh, well, stupid Ruth, you know what's good for you. You wouldn't listen to old salts like me anyway. You know we're full of not but lies and venom and spit and blah, blah, blah. They're basically having this little lover's quarrel. She is clearly in her early 20s. He is clearly in his 60s. What does the party do?
Sit back, watch, and smoke a cigarette, and be thoroughly entertained.
The Swedish lady, Zeddy, leans over to you and whispers, my, I wouldn't think a man of that age would be able to stand up.
Oh, there's things they can take for that.
Not in this time period.
Oh, never mind then.
It's 51, yeah.
Yeah, he's a sailor. You know?
Someone get this shrew away from me! The captain yells. He's actually got a couple of paper cuts where she's hit him with the letter.
I go to grab the woman, and I'm going to fireman's carry her.
Since she doesn't see it coming, this is very easy. You're actually rolling to just see how good of a grip you get. Base success of 4, which is average. I mean, you have a good grip she can't get away from. Less than that, she can struggle. If you have more degrees of success, you have an extremely good grip on her.
All right. So, okay. Okay, I get 3 plus 1 is 4, and you said I had an additional advantage?
No. Well, this would
Just how
count.
good of
This
a
would
grip?
count as combat, so you'd add 2 from your combat quick skill.
Oh, I had 2 from the quick skill? In that case, it would be 6.
Okay, so on a 7 or more, you'd have had an extra degree of success. So you still got just 1 degree of success. You pick her up. She can't move away. You're walking away with her. She's struggling. And yeah, it is quite clear to you that she's not wearing anything underneath those clothes. She is soft. She is warm. She jiggles nicely. And she's spitting venom the entire way you walk her back to the sitting area. When you sit her down, she just kind of huffs, crosses her arms over her breast, and just kind of looks off the side of the boat in a fume, muttering in French, "Stupid men all against us. It's all their fault when women are in charge of the world, I swear." Everybody roll observation real quick.
Okay, I roll.
This
my
one's
6
easy, you only
exploded,
need a
so I
3.
rolled a 7.
So you have an
7.
extra degree of success. Ruth,
5.
you both pass it. He has a degree of success. Ruth, the Turk is staring at her, and he is just like... You can't tell if he's horrified by the display or if he is somewhat enthralled. He cannot take his eyes off of her. Joey, with your extra degree of success, you realize that he is just culture shocked. Turkish women don't act like this. Ever. He's like, what the fuck is this? He's just... He apparently comes from a very conservative area of the country. This would be unthinkable. Does the party wish to do anything else with that information or that scene?
Nope.
Joey completely sees it, but considering he is smitten himself, he's not thinking of what to do with that information so much as how to talk to this woman who really, really hates all men and who he really wants to get him to spank.
Give yourself a destiny, Joey. You want to attempt a conversation on the boat over? I mean, I'm all for that. You can go ahead and do that. Be her for a second.
You can't be too hard on the captain. After all, in their old age, people tend to forget things.
He owes me 20 francs, and he didn't even come to the show.
What show? Where was your show?
I am now the feature dancer of La Coche. Literally, the cage.
La Croix?
Yes. We are the preeminent burlesque company here in Marseille. It won't be long until I'm in Paris again.
Well, I've just come here from Paris. Granted, I work in a bakery, but still. I'm surprised.
Do you know the rotunda? Roll your mental.
2.
You don't. You have no idea.
No, I have not been to the Rotunda, but Paris, as you know, is a large city.
Oui. The Rotunda is a very preeminent dance company. They often do ballet. Sometimes they do more country fare. And I was a backup ballet dancer there for a while before an unfortunate disagreement with the stage director.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Not as much
So,
as
are you...
not as much as his girlfriend was. I'm not saying the French have a trope. I'm just saying.
No, but what is your name, ma'am? My name is Joey Smythe.
Jeanette.
Jeanette?
Jeanette de Rosa. And of course, that's some kind of stage name. That's not real.
Yeah, obviously. All right. Well, Mr. Rosa, are you also related to Mr. DePaul?
She opens her invitation. It appears that I am. I confess I was not aware that I was a fourth cousin of his aunt on his mother's father's side.
Mm-hmm.
Roll your mental. You too, Ruth.
Oh, I rolled a 9.
1.
Oh, doesn't occur to poor Simone. Joey, everybody seems really distantly related to this guy. I mean, extremely distantly related. Now, yeah, the war just happened, but it's a little odd that he's looking for relatives that far out.
Really? I think the closest relative on this boat is second cousin, Miss Jeanette.
Well, there was quite a bit of... You've heard the rumors about De Palm Island, I assume.
I've not heard the rumors about De Palm Island. I have a feeling I'm about to.
Well, during the Vichy government, the French Navy shelled it because Louis refused to agree with them, refused to abide by their restrictions. It's well known that he was smuggling Jews out of France. There's also a rumor he worked for British intelligence. They even say that the wickedest man on earth was often a guest at his island.
Who?
The wickedest man on earth. Both roll your mental. And Ruth only needs a 3.
Oh,
I rolled a 1.
You have no idea who she's talking about.
Michael Carmona does, but Joey is clueless. It's a 1.
I have rolled like 3 6s in a row.
She means the Aleister Crowley. Back during this time period, he was called the wickedest man on earth in the newspapers, and there's a rumor that he worked for British intelligence. That rumor has never actually been proven, but there are a lot of circumstantial documents around it that say he may have either somehow contributed to some of their intelligence operations, specifically the very famous operation in which Hess got in a plane, flew to Britain because his horoscope said that he could make a peace treaty, may have actually been orchestrated by Crowley to trick that German into flying across the channel and getting captured.
Even before then, there's a famous conspiracy theory that he was somehow involved in the sinking of the Lusitania.
Correct.
So my Simone takes a puff and I say, Really? Really?
They say that he performed dark magic rituals on the island for Louis that protected him and kept him safe, and truly no one can figure out why the Vichys just didn't invade. They say that every time they tried, a weird storm threw the Navy away. As if demons were at the beck of our benefactor. But of course, it must just be the bad weather. It is the Mediterranean.
Well, I think we should all stay very, very close together. Especially because it seems we've checked into an Agatha Christie novel for the weekend.
You know that destiny I gave you, Michael? Lose it.
Okay.
Ouch! Ouch! This is not 10 Little Indians. Ouch!
Wait, hold on. Agatha Christie did write in the 30s and 40s, right? She didn't write in the 50s, did she?
If I recall correctly, she's actually a little before that. She's the
30s
and 40s. 30s and 40s, if I remember correctly.
Just making sure Joey would actually know who she is.
Oh, yeah. We all know who she is.
Yep.
All right. The boat pulls up along a dock of a beautiful Mediterranean island. You do see signs of shelling on the shore. Your practiced warrior's eyes, both Joey's and Ibris, note that there are actually tank traps on the island that have not been removed. So, apparently the island was fortified by somebody at some point. You don't see any pillboxes or anything like that, but due to the nature of the island and how rough the seas are coming in, there's only one place to really land. Defending it would have been really, really easy. As you come in, you see evidence of shoals, coral reefs, that kind of thing that would have prevented a good landing. It would have been a nightmare to take. The palace looks really old. It looks positively medieval, and it looks like someone went through in the Gothic era and put Gothic highlights on it. Both of you roll a mental.
5.
Okay.
2.
Joey's oblivious. Simone, however, recognizes from the architecture that this place at least dates to the late Middle Ages. This fortress has been here for a while. All right, get off my skiff. With pleasure, says Jeanette. As she walks away, she flares her dress to give him a last shot of her butt, slaps it, kiss my arse, you old man, and walks off. The Turk is just sitting there stunned.
Has Joey had the chance to help her off the boat yet?
Would you like to have that chance?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. Let me help you up, madame.
I see
Especially
there's a
since you
real
didn't
gentleman
have-
here, she says to the captain. Puh, he spits tobacco. As you set her down, you get a bit of a brush. She looks at you. Big, beautiful dark eyes, curly black hair. Gives you a look. Then she turns to the captain, sticks her tongue out and says, "You fuck like an Englishman." Walks away. Laurie, the Brit, goes, "My, and the French are the height of culture." "Oh, live a little," says Zeddy as she gets off.
Both high culture and low culture, madame.
The Turk
And
is still sitting there,
because of
stunned.
All right. Joey is actually not going to just follow her like a puppy. He knows women don't like that. He actually, because he got up with her, he's going to help the other people off the boat as well.
Okay. Zeddy thanks you for helping her down. She also gives you a look. Laurie does not give you a look, but when she is helped off the boat, you might notice something. Roll mental.
2.
Nope, you don't see it. However, it is right next to Ruth. Ruth, roll your mental too. You might see it as well.
3.
You do see it. She's still wearing her wedding ring.
Okay.
Okay. That just leaves the two of you and the stunned Turk, who's still sitting there stunned, looking at the little French dancer walking up the jetty, going, Did she just... Did she just...
Are you gonna get off the boat, or are you just gonna sit here all day?
He shakes his head. Yes, of course. He gets off the boat and starts walking.
Now, Mr. Turk, don't feel too bad. Just pretend she's a Kochek. And I pat him on the back and walk away.
Simone, you notice no one stopped to help you off the boat.
One don't care. She'll help herself off the damn boat.
Kind of weirded out. You give me a medium psychic vibe that spooks my American good boy self.
As you're leaving, Chucky walks up. Ma'am.
Yes.
He holds out something with his hands. His hands are shaking a little bit.
Oh, take whatever it is.
It's a note he's hand drawn. It says a little roughly scrawled heart that says, "You're pretty."
Aww.
Thank you.
Roll your weirdness, because now you're touching something that belonged to somebody else.
Okay, I rolled 2 6s and a 3.
Wow! Okay. You not only have a foreboding, you have a full-fledged, full sensory vision of him in a concentration camp. You see his parents being murdered. You see the Germans getting ready to gas him, and just as they're about to gas him, a bomb explodes. He comes up out of the shock of the bomb, which is what's kind of addled him, And he looks, and he can see people dying. He runs out the door through the forest, and he's in the woods alone for another couple of weeks where he's found by a couple of American GIs. It's a very, very frightening experience for you to see it through his eyes and his experience as he relives it. He is taken to this island, and you see a kind elderly man basically nurse him back to health, get him as many skills as he can, get him as cause he can, and then get him the job with this boat. And you assume that old man must be Luis de Palma.
He clasps Chucky's hands, then leans forward and gives him a little kiss on the cheek and says, "Thank you."
He goes back to work.
Yeah. And she kind of wipes her eyes a bit, because I'm sure that's...
Yeah. That was a very powerful experience. I need a mental test. Keep your grip on reality.
Or...
Because you actually passed this test, and because this is kind of a feel-good moment, you get to add 2 grip to reality to your character. You're now somewhat more inured to whatever horrors you may face the rest of the adventure.
Okay.
All right. So you walk up the jetty. The jetty leads to a very well-manicured and well-maintained walkway with what are the starts of new trees and new bushes alongside it. Whatever was here originally was actually ripped out by the war fire, and you can still see some of the craters off in the distance. But as you're walking along the scope of the beach, you see where they've planted, in the hopes of a better day, apple trees, a grapevine, bushes, rose bushes that don't have any blooms yet. And it's very well maintained and very well patterned. The walkway is actually patterned in a mosaic all the way from the dock to the top of the palace. That had to be a lot of money. And as you look at the mosaic, you can tell that a lot of it's been replaced. Some of it may date here from the Dark Ages. But as you're walking down and looking at it, you can tell where the new pieces have been patched in to try to match the look. Whoever did this paid some money for it. Give me a mental as you're looking at the mosaic to see what story it tells.
Both of us?
Yep.
2.
3.
Neither one of you quite knows it. You recognize it as being something classical and mythical. You get to the top door. The doors are a pair of ornate, heavily carved wooden oak doors. And there is a knocker on each side. The Swede looks at both sides and goes, "What? No moat?"
I walk forward, touch the giant knocker, and bang it. Boom, boom.
A bolt hole slides back. You're looking at a pair of middle-aged male eyes. "Sí? ¿Cuál es su nombre?"
We are Mr. De Palm's guests.
"Oh, lo siento. English not first language. Un momento, por favor." Closes the door.
Does anyone here speak Spanish?
No one. He opens the door. You're looking at a middle-aged, very well-dressed butler, complete in uniform. Even has on the white gloves. "Bonjour. I am Ricardo. May I have your invitations, please?"
Certainly. I take the paper and I try to pass it to him without accidentally poking him in the eyes. After all, it's just a little...
Well, he opened the door.
Oh, he did open the door.
He opened the door.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Here.
He takes the invitation. "Yes, please, come in. Your baggage, is that all you have?"
Yes.
"All right. Please, come in. And then everyone gives him their invitations. He makes a couple of comments. When he sees the Turk, he makes a particularly nasty comment. "Well, I suppose everyone gets around." Apparently he doesn't like Turks. When he gets to Miss de Blair, he looks at the invite, sees the name, looks up at you, looks sideways, leans forward a bit and whispers, "I think what the French did to you was horrible, madame. Thanks to your advice, I landed this position. Ask anything you need. You will have it right away."
Thank you.
Let me show you each to your rooms, please. He proceeds to walk you down a hallway. The hallway goes through a main area that must have at one point been like a meeting hall. Probably a mustering hall for if the place ever was actually attacked back in the Dark Ages. You're then passing through a gallery. Let me double check my adventure real quick. Yes. And in this gallery, you see depictions of classical mythology, both in statuary and mosaics and paintings. As you're going towards a large grand stairwell, right next to the stairwell, there is a huge piece, a painting, and it is under lights, under glass. It's clearly the central, probably the most valuable work in this gallery. I need you both to roll mentals.
Okay. 3.
You
One.
do not recognize it. Neither one of you recognizes it. It is absolutely a horrific thing to see. Now you roll mentals against fear, against losing some grip.
5.
5.
Oh! Neither one of you, I believe, loses any grip on reality. Hold on one second. Let me double check the rules. I believe you're both in the clear. Secondary test. You both had a 5?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. You were 3 over the target. The target was going to be 2 because it is only a painting. Neither one of you loses any grip on reality. You do notice that Zeddy appears to be grossly affected by it. So does Ibris. Jeanette and Lori are completely unaffected. Or if they are affected, they're not showing it. It is a grotesque, horrific, extremely well-detailed painting of this giant man devouring someone alive. And you can see the horror of the person's expression as they're being ripped apart. Beneath them, you see a woman in a robe cuddling like this, and in one hand she's holding a baby beneath her cloak, and next to her there's a large stone. Like a man-sized stone. Now, though the players didn't get this is a mythological representation of Rhea tricking Cronus by feeding him the stone to save Zeus's life. But neither one of you realizes that.
Mm-hmm.
Ricardo stops, sees the look of revulsions, and goes, "Not everything in the gallery is this grotesque, but this is our most valuable piece. It was left here before the war. It is one of the last works of this subject matter before he went to surrealism of the very famous painter, Mr. Picasso." "This is a Picasso," says Lori. "Yes." They take you up the grand stair. You each have an individual room. The rooms appear to be well maintained. They do have modern electricity, which is kind of surprising for the island. And you don't have modern plumbing in there yet. You have to go to a different washroom for those needs. Ricardo shows you where that is down at the end of the hall. They've had a couple of rooms knocked out to make a modern washroom instead. He then says, "Mr. De Palma is currently busy with affairs of the estate and in managing his charities. He will be available later tonight and invite you all to meet him at dinner, which is in," he looks at the watch, "3 hours. We welcome you to explore the estate. However, we do recommend you don't go too far onto the mainland. There are regretfully still some unexploded artillery shells buried in the sand."
Why has nobody cleaned out the island? It's been 6 years.
Mr. De Palma's had problems getting anyone in the French government to work with him because of some of his actions, well, frankly, during the war. The French will not admit it, but half of them despise the fact that he fought against the Vichy government, and the other half, although they admire him for fighting against the government and for the Republic, don't like the reason he did it.
What was that reason?
Mr. De Palma saved over 55 Jewish lives.
I see.
Of course, no one officially will say that, but that is one Spaniard's opinion.
Okay.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not fond of the Moranos, but saving anyone from murder is just good Christianity. I will see you all at 3. He gives you a stiff salute, and then he walks away. Ibris, watching him leave, goes, In my country, they think all of you European are Zionists. Well, I think I shall tour the facility. Does anyone wish to have a gentleman attend to them? I do, says Zeddy, the attractive sweet. She immediately takes the Turk's arm. Let's go. And they proceed to walk around.
What's the name of the 2 remaining women again? Besides
Jeanette is the dancer. Laurie is the Brit.
Laurie.
And, of course, Miss Simone, who's played by Ruth.
Yes. By the way, Miss Laurie, I never got to ask, what part of the Midlands are you from?
She mentions a small town that I didn't bother to detail.
All right.
Something quaint.
Sounds like a good town. Were you also approached by a legal counsel, or did you receive it in the mail?
I was actually approached by legal counsel. They wanted to be sure that I had the letter. I confess when they first showed up, I thought it had something to do with my husband.
Is your husband not okay? Forgive me, ma'am.
No, it's not prying. It's just a matter I don't simply like to think much about these days, but it will eventually get out, as it were, so I suppose it's best to meet it head on. I married my husband before the war and before he had certain predilections. Rolf never struck me as being an extremist. He eventually joined the Waffen-SS.
But you're British.
Yes, I am.
Well,
Needless to say, this did not make the war very pleasant for me. He is currently sitting in prison, and I hope to God that he rots there.
Yeah.
I'm just some GI doughboy, but I'll just say, he's not you and you're not him.
It has been my experience that Americans can be very forgiving. Sadly, your European parents and cousins are not so inclined. Hundreds of years of internecine warfare.
That's why they call the New World new.
So it is.
Everything's new there. We have so many fraudsters and con men. You can reinvent yourself. You should go over into New York sometime.
My visas have been constantly denied. After all, I'm married to a Nazi. And Rolf is being most ungenerous and not divorcing me either. So, I'm sort of stuck.
So, he's not well connected or anything at all. You know, he was just a private. But, you know, he did serve honorably in the war, so Mr. Smythe is going to file that away in his head noggin to write a letter to his
Get that destiny back.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Laurie says, if you will excuse me, I think I'm going to go read a book.
Yeah.
And she takes off.
Oh, Miss Jeanette. Well, Miss Jeanette, I've been in Paris for very long, and I've been to the Louvre, but I've not seen a gallery like this in some time. Would you care to join me for an hour or so? Hopefully the rest of the paintings are not as messed up.
She looks you up and down and says, coyly, you can only last an hour?
Oh my.
We battled our way. My woman, we battled our way all the way to Berlin. We didn't make it there without stamina.
Ooh. Well, then perhaps you should show me some of your, she puts her hand through your arm, manly virtues.
Very well. And I go off with her towards the wing of the gallery.
Simone, I'm not saying you have to roll a mental to keep from throwing up, but that was pretty bad.
I rolled a 3. Does that mean I find some place to barf or no?
You can definitely find some place to scowl at the hussy who basically just threw herself at the American.
She's French. What else can you expect?
All right. What does Simone do for that hour?
Is there some garden somewhere?
Yeah, they'd have a garden.
No, she'll plunk herself down in the garden so she can continue smoking and enjoy
To
nature.
pass the 3 hours until the dinner session, I'm going to ask for an extended test. Roll 3 base d6. This will be social. You're rolling to see how well you socialize. If any of them explode, add the exploding d3 to that individual die. And then tell me how many degrees of success you totally have. The target number would be 4, so your first degree of success would be at 4, then your second would be at 7, then 10, then 13.
Okay. So the total number of successes that I have, my total number is 12. So that's 3 degrees of success.
3 degrees of success. Okay.
I rolled the exploder. I had a 6 and a 5. And then the other 2 were just 3.
Okay.
So, and +1 on social tests. I'm assuming that's only applied once.
No, it's applied to each die. Each one's a separate
so
test.
I guess I have 2 4s then.
Okay. So I'm going to start then with Simone. Simone, while you're touring the gardens, you come across Ricardo again. He's muttering under his breath about something. And when he sees you, he stops. Oh. Madam, how can I help you?
I was just looking for a quiet spot to sit down.
Certainly. Would Madam like some tea?
Well, a little bit wouldn't hurt anything if it's not too much trouble.
He brings you some tea, and then after he pours the tea, he discreetly asks, would Madam like some hashish? It's a kind of marijuana.
No thank you.
Not a problem, madam. And he takes off and leaves you in the garden alone. You're there for about 20 minutes when you hear someone approaching the garden.
Look up.
You see an older man, probably in his 50s, maybe a little older, it's hard to tell because of the clothing he's wearing, walk on the far side of the garden, and he walks up to a couple of plants and he's checking the petals.
Okay.
Do you say anything or do anything?
No, just sit and chill and watch.
He goes up to one of the petals, he takes his finger, and he draws a circle in the air around the petal, and he mutters something in Latin, and then he takes the petal.
Do I need to roll something?
Roll your mental, you might recognize it. Because you being the occultist.
Uh, 4.
You recognize it as being something from the apothecaric journals of Nostradamus. People forget that Nostradamus was not just a prophet. He was actually a doctor. And supposedly, he had a cure for the Black Plague.
Okay, then. This guy apparently knows something about that stuff.
So he finishes the Latin, he takes the petal, and he walks away. He doesn't see you.
Okie dokie.
Okay. The time passes. Mr. Joey, with your many successes, You end up making a very good impression upon the young lady. You only had a total of like 3 base DOS altogether. She had 12. If you had a little bit more than that, she'd be more inclined and things would progress a little bit further. But as it is, it's flirtation, a little bit of petting, and right as you drop her off at her room to say goodnight until dinner, she does turn to you quickly and say something about, you know, I have always felt bad that the French never appreciated our American rescuers very much. I assure you I am most grateful. Then she quickly pecks you on the cheek and walks into her room.
I'll see you at dinner, mademoiselle. Rest well. And he walks away to his own room to get ready such as he can.
Okay.
Change it to the formal clothes. It's a dinner.
Ricardo comes by the doors, knocks at them all. Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served in the main gallery. Please follow me. Sorry, I'm in the I forget what it's called in the castle. The main hall, I guess. The main hall. Please follow me. You go through more classical artwork. The hall in the castle is lit still with electricity, so it doesn't have kind of that flickering torch ambience. But the lights are all low, so it's very kind of like dim. It has a very intimate feeling. And you're brought to a main hall with a long table. The table's been set in the middle of the hall with chairs around it. You don't have the whole thing of someone's all the way on the other end of the table and you're on the other end. You all are sitting shoulder to shoulder. There's enough room on one side of the table for 4 seats, enough room on the other side for 4 seats, and then the 2 seats at the end.
I've never sat in a place like this before.
Ibris goes up, gets a chair, and pulls it out for Zeddy. Zeddy sits down, smoothing her skirts, and looks up at them with a smile. He then proceeds to do the same thing for Jeanette. And he tries to do the same thing for Simone if Joey doesn't get there first.
Joey feels pity, so he actually feels kind of bad because he's been kind of mean to Simone, so he's going to get there first and pull out her chair.
Okay.
I've been ignoring everybody. I've been ignoring her all day, so,
Both of you roll a fate test.
Oh boy. Roll a 2.
Is fate a D6 or a D3?
It's a D6.
Okay. Do fate die explode?
All dice explode.
Okay.
With the exception of damage.
And when they explode in multiples of 3, right?
So when we roll the exploding D3, if you roll a 6 on that D3, you roll another D3.
Okay.
Let me pull up one of mine so you can actually see that I've modified. Hold on.
I got 6 plus 3. Basically, it exploded twice, so 6 plus 3 plus 2.
6 plus 3 is 9, plus 2 is 11. Okay. So to show you, like, here on the camera, you can see this die that I've marked out. That's one of the D3s that I use. See that little gold dot on it? That's to remind me that that's an exploder.
I see.
Right.
Oh, plus 1. So actually, I got a 12.
Damn.
I forgot to add that.
So you have several degrees of success. You don't have to touch her if you don't want to. She failed, so there's a chance that you might accidentally touch one another while you're putting her in there. But since you have so many degrees of success, unless you want it to happen, it doesn't.
I have no problem with her like touching or anything like that.
Ruth, roll weirdness.
Oh boy. 4.
You have a momentary flicker that sounds like people shouting and gunfire when he touches you. One of his memories of the war.
She wrinkles her nose a little bit, but goes, "Thank you."
Anytime, ma'am. I've ignored you by accident before on the boat, and I just want to apologize.
Oh, that's all right. The other lady is quite, striking.
Oui, I
Very
am,
well.
says Jeanette.
Indeed.
Out of the doors
He's just going to talk to himself and go to sleep.
at the doors, the north end of the hall.
Go to his seat.
At the doors, the north end of the main hall, Luis de Palme enters. He is a gentleman in his late 50s. It is the same gentleman you saw in the garden, Simone. He is wearing a very well-fitting and very well-kept suit. He has a sash across his suit, and on it you see several badges and motifs. Both of you roll your mental to see if you recognize any of them.
Would I get a bonus because these are military?
Yes, actually. I'll make the difficulty
It would
lower.
not matter. I rolled a 1.
You recognize them being something military, and they look oddly Germanic, sort of, kind of not.
I got a 5.
You recognize one of the emblems as being the cross of the Hospitallers, the Knights of Malta. Now that sounds really prestigious, except that in this time period, anybody could join the Knights of Malta with a sizable donation of money, and they're essentially now nothing but a charity organization. He greets everybody with a slight bow. He addresses the group first in French and then in English. It is a pleasure to meet you all, my extended relatives. I am Luis de Palma. Please, sit. We have much to discuss. And he sits down. Ricardo is not the only one serving you. There are a pair of maids also. The first course comes out. It's a very pleasant appetizer, and it's set for everything. Ibris does not seem to be eating, and then De Palme says, "You can relax, my good friend. I have made sure that everything is halal. I've even had it approved by the local masjid over in Marseille." Ibris looks very touched by that and proceeds to eat also. After you've eaten the first course and the second, there's been some pleasant conversation amongst everybody. De Palme rings his glass. Ding, ding, ding. Sits down and says, "My friends, it's a great pleasure to have you all here. And we have something very important to discuss. And to show you that I appreciate you coming, I've decided to serve you one of my favorite dishes." He claps, the maids come out, and it's a very thick-looking kind of stew. And they put a pot of it before each of you, and he says, "Bon appetit." And he proceeds to start eating. Everybody
What
do the
is this
same?
bouillabaisse?
It's
course.
very dark. It's kind of a dark brown stew, and it smells like it's got meat in it.
And a poke at stew.
You can. You see meat, carrots, potatoes. It looks kind of rustic, actually.
Since I've been in France for a while, can I roll a mental to see if I recognize it?
Certainly.
I only rolled a 2.
It doesn't quite match anything you're familiar with. Your first thought is this I can't pronounce it. Bouillabaisse. Is that how you say it?
Bouillabaisse.
That's your
Bouillabaisse.
first thought of what it is, but it's not quite the same. The sauce the stew is in is wrong. And when I mean it's thick, I mean it's thick. It's almost like it's hot and it's liquid, but it doesn't stir very well. It's almost like a pudding.
Well, it's French. It must be delicious, so I start eating.
Okay. Give me a fate test, difficulty 6.
Okay. 5.
Oh. All right. It is very delicious.
Wait a minute. Hold on. My fate is +1, right?
Yeah?
Then I did get a 6.
Oh. Well, then you pass. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, I rolled a 5, I guess.
Okay. Simone,
Sorry about that.
do you eat also?
Well, Simone first kind of looks at everybody else to see what their reactions are to it, because, I mean, it's a weird soup.
I am currently rolling those right now. And that went really, really interesting. Oh, shit. All right. Zeddy takes a couple of bites and she's like, "Oh my god, this is delicious," and just starts going to town on it. Almost like makes a glutton of herself. Almost, she finds it so good. Ibris is eating it, and he actually seems pleasantly surprised. Also, he's more dainty about it. Jeanette and Lori both go at it pretty heartily, but not as much as she did. They all seem to like it.
Okay. Ooh, excuse me. I guess since they're all kind of okay with it, she'll take a small bite.
Okay. Give me a fate
Fate
test.
roll.
Difficulty 6.
I only got a 5.
Okay. So, Simone, you take it, and it is delicious. It is hearty. It is thick. It's filling. You get a hint of like maybe there's liver in it, as well as some kind of other organ meat. But it's really good, and you want more. You go through it rapidly.
Okay.
The soup is taken away. Then out comes some very thick bread. You see Zeddy actually scooping up the bottom of her bowl with it, eating it on the bread. And I think if I remember correctly, the last course dish in a French meal is the... Actually, there's 2 more. So then out comes the proper entrees, and during the entrees, there's some chance for conversation. Everybody give me a social roll during conversation.
Okay.
Oh my.
2.
Okay. So Ibris gets asked by Lori about what he did during the war, and she scored a 9. He did not score anywhere near that high. So the question comes out something like, "My Turkish friend, what were you doing during the war?" And he replies something along the lines of, "Well, I was responsible for some of my country's endeavors. And we did what we could to fight the Nazis, but frankly, the British didn't give us all the support we needed." And Laurie's like, "We have a saying in the islands, 'tis a poor craftsman that blames his tools. And your country was in decline long before the war." "Yes, from foreign interference," says Ibris. And it's very clear that he's had a bone picked. He's a bit of a nationalist. The other one who scored high was Zeddy, and she is wanting the recipe. And she goes up to De Palme, leaves her chair, which is like unheard of, goes up to De Palme and is asking to know what the recipe is. And he says, "I'll get the cook to get it to you later." And as they're going back and forth, he does say what one of the ingredients are. Both you roll mental to see if you catch what the ingredient is.
5.
Just a 3.
So, Joey, you hear the ingredient as being some weird kind of herb you're not sure you can quite pronounce, but you recognize it as not being something somebody would normally put in their stew. You've never heard about it being put in stew before. It's something, and I don't have the herb in front of me. It's something like he uses the terms white flower or white's head or something like that. Roll mental, see if you know what that would be.
4.
Verbena.
Verbena?
Verbena.
Okay. What is that?
Verbena is a flower that is commonly associated with the occult. Pull it up for you real quick. Verbena plants, also called vervae, are commonly grown as an annual hybrid flower bed. This is the Wikipedia article. Give me a quick thing. Long been associated with divine and other supernatural forces, it was called the Tears of Isis in ancient Egypt, and later Hera's Tears in ancient Greece. It was dedicated to Eos Erigenia. The generic names in its Latin term for the plant represent sacred roots to the ancient Roman Latin. Pliny the Elder describes verbena presented on altars to Jupiter, and is not entirely clear if this referred to a verbena rather than the general term of any sacrificial herbs.
Right.
Pliny the Elder notes, the Magi especially make the maddest statements about the plant, that a circle must be drawn and iron round around the plant. Common names of verbena include many Central and Eastern European languages associated with iron.
Okay. Well, because he got a basic success, I'm going to say that Joey just got... He knows that it's a flower, but I don't think he would know the occult references without an added degree of success.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Okay. The very last course comes out. It's a rich, chocolatey thing, and it just feels really, really good to end the meal on. And out with the chocolate also comes some like nightcaps and stuff. De Palm sits back. He takes out a small cheroot, which is weird that he'd have a cheroot from North America. Lights it up and says, "And now to the business at hand. My friends, you are all related to me, either by blood, distantly, or by some marriage. And I have called upon you all because of all my relatives that have survived the war. From what I have seen of your histories and your character, one of you may be the best to carry on my charities after I'm gone. You see," he holds up the cheroot with a bit of chagrin, "I've been diagnosed with very severe lung cancer, and I don't have much longer to live. Doctors would see me doing this and scold me, but, well, I don't see the point of, if you're going to going out with any lack of luxury. I guess I'm just very French in that regard. It is a great responsibility that you will qualify for, and I want to be sure that the person I nominate to inherit this burden, is well suited for it. So over the course of the next couple of days, I'm going to speak with each of you privately and interview you, and see which one of you I wish to approach to be the person that gets the inheritance. With the inheritance comes the island, the castle, and a substantial amount of funds to keep up the charge, as well as the charities that we are executors of." "How much money, monsieur?" says Jeanette. "You'll never have to work another day in your life." Everyone's very quiet. "Ricardo, please bring out the book." "Are you sure, sir?" "I'm very sure." Ricardo leaves to go get something, and for a few minutes silence descends in the hall. Everyone's looking at each other. Now you notice some suspicious glances between Zeddy and Lori. What do you all do?
Joey gets quiet. Very quiet. And
Yeah.
he whispers very quietly to himself so that no one can hear. "I don't think I'm good enough." And he just decides, he shrugs, sits back, and decides to finish this delicious chocolate cake, or mousse, depending on what it is.
Okay. Simone?
He's just gonna sit back and wait, because, I mean, I'm sure she's had her fair share of, like, scams and shit like this, so her inclination right now is to wonder, okay, how much of this is actual bullshit going on?
Okay.
Joey is going to deflect his discomfort, though, by saying out loud, "Is Mr. De Palma gone? Is Mr. De Palma gone?"
Mr. Palm is here.
Oh, he is here.
Yeah.
Never mind.
They sent
He'll
Ricardo
wait
to go get the
until he
book.
leaves. Ricardo went to go get the book.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to wait until DePalm himself is gone.
It looks like DePalm, from the way he's sitting very comfortably in the chair, intends to sit here the entire time.
I guess Joey won't get to crack his joke about how he's grateful that they're not going to be set loose on the island for DePalm to hunt down with a shotgun. So he'll just
Well,
have
he
to keep that to
could.
himself.
He might be amused by the response. Ricardo comes back. He has in his hands a chest. He sets the chest down in front of DePalm. He backs up. DePalm opens the chest. Underneath it, you see a book encased in a glass case. Inside the chest is all velvety to prevent fractures. The book inside appears to have a wooden cover. It's very plain. It looks rustic, and it looks very, very old. DePalm begins. The book dates back to the year 832. It has been within our family ever since the year 905. It is the last surviving testament of, depending on what you believe, a madman or a divine prophet. He started a bit of a kerfluffle against the church by claiming certain things were true that they did not believe, that science has since proven to be true, such as the world being round. Several of his predictions can be seen to have predicted World War II. What is most discomforting is he also predicts a world ending in fire and plague. And I cannot help but think that recent innovations in the art of war are what he was seeing. Interspersed amongst all that prophecy, there's a lot of what used to be called practicum, or what some people call natural magic. Herbal cures, tinctures, things of that nature. Our family has guarded this book ever since it came into our care, because there are people that wish to get a hold of it that should never possess it. During the war, I had to eliminate several infiltrators. Not only were they seeking to do harm to the charges during the war that I saved, they were seeking for this book to take back to that little mustachioed sycophant in Berlin. You may not believe, but you don't have to. All that's required is that you keep the book from falling into anyone else's hands, make sure our charities are well founded, and maintain the property. And for that, you'll be paid the very handsome sum of 100,000 French marks every quarter. Says Zeddy. Yes. But I also don't wish to disabuse, is that the word? Disabuse you of the danger. Not only did people try to assassinate me during the war, the reason why I live on the island is because they tried to assassinate me 3 times before that to get the book. They even at one point kidnapped one of my daughters.
What happened to her?
She did not survive. Which is why I'm seeking help from all of you. This is a matter that can only be regulated to family. I trust no one else. Perhaps one of the people I rescued, but they are all currently busy in their own affairs. What do you mean? Asked Ibris. Several of them are instrumental in the new state that has emerged, and he does not look happy about that. Ibris, that is. Historically, what he's speaking of is that the Jewish state has just been established. A lot of people in the Arab world are very, very upset about it. Well, says Zeddy, what exactly do you want to know? What shall we be grilled with? What kind of character? He finishes smoking the cigar. Sorry, the cheroot. I think I just want to get to know you, and I'll make my decision by the end of the couple of days, as well as from some interviews. I can't help but notice that this table has not exactly spoken with one another much yet. Perhaps we should start. You may each ask me a question, and I will answer it honestly. What would you like to know?
I guess I'll be the heretic. Mr. De Palm, sir.
Yes.
Forgive me for asking the obvious question. I don't think I'm worthy of this charge. I mean, of course, everybody wants money, but I have to ask because someone has to. If it's so dangerous, why haven't you simply destroyed the book?
That is a very intriguing question. Let me start by answering what you just said first by saying that I disagree that you may not be worthy. After all, from what I read of your battle record, you pulled men out of a burning tank that could have exploded.
Me and thousands of other guys.
You returned to the front after being wounded. You didn't have to be coerced. They offered you a way to go home because of your injury, and you went back. I don't think you're an unworthy man. As for destroying the book, well, he looks over at Ricardo. I suppose, since you've all come here, it can't hurt to show you. Ricardo, bring me a torch. Yes, sir. They set the book on a table. He takes a torch, puts the torch next to the book, and it does not catch fire. Everybody roll mental.
Four.
That's a little surprising, but it's not necessarily creepy. So I'm not going to charge you a sanity since you have the 3 mark over. You have it exactly. But yeah, you're like, whoa. Simone?
I got a 3.
Simone, for some reason that's a little unnerving for you. You lose a grip.
Yay.
You're not alone. The 2 other women lose a grip also. Lose 1 grip. He takes the fire away and goes, and it's more than just flame retardant. Ricardo comes up with a big European medieval battle axe. He lets out a ah! And whacks it, and nothing happens. He pulls the axe back. You can see the axe is actually chipped. The book is unmarred. It's more than just the cover as well. He opens the book. Everybody roll mental again.
3 again.
Oof.
Oh, I fumbled.
You fumbled? You lose 2 grip.
Oh.
Ruth loses 1. Perhaps it is the shadows and the fear and now the framing of the scene. But you could swear you see stuff written on the pages moving.
Oh boy.
They open the book up. He takes a sword to the page. Ah! And the paper doesn't get marred either. They close it
They
up
should put this
and
on
put it
tanks.
back in its box. Ibris is like, what did we just see? What trickery is this? No trickery, I assure you. As far as we can tell, this book cannot be destroyed by any craft currently known to men. In his ramblings, he says the book was given to him by a, quote, dark angel. End quote. Blasphemy, says Idris. Sorry, says Ibris. I agree. Very blasphemous.
If Ruth had to head out, I'm going to take this opportunity to go to the restroom as well. Okay, James?
We'll take a break.
All right. I'll be back in a sec.
Will do. You can try to destroy this book and fail. Who asked the next question?
Okay, then what about ripping out the pages or putting it inside a giant concrete thing and burying it in the Marianas Trench or something?
The problem with
I'm sorry.
dumping the book overboard or throwing the book to the winds, as it were, is that the beneficial knowledge of the book would go with it. And there are indeed curatives in there. We have leaked to medical firms that have helped solve things like polio. There's some evidence of inoculations that may one day get a total cure for that. We do not like to let this get out there very much, but there's also a formulation there that was instrumental in the vaccine to get rid of smallpox. So, yeah, it's a repository of knowledge that we have not yet exhausted.
I see. I guess that makes sense.
Why isn't there some government guarding this? Lori asks.
You seriously want the government to have something like this?
I don't trust the French government to guard a croissant. I mean, Lord knows our own government was barely able to guard the A-bomb.
Ibris asked the next question of, how long do we have to guard before we hand it off? That's up to you, but I would require that you hand it to a successor that's worthy. Jeanette goes, much like my American friend, I find myself frankly a little humbled that you think that I would be worthy of this. He says, Miss Jeanette de Rosa, I'm aware of how you started in life. And anyone who starts from the streets, literally, abandoned when she was born on a sidewalk, to rise to the dancing skill that you have, shows self-discipline required to guard this treasure. She looks away and is trying not to shed a tear. My turn to ask questions of each of you. De Palm says to Simone, they say that you have the gift of sight. I'm wondering why you never used it for nefarious means. From what I've read, all your predictions were in the best interest of others.
You saw what happened just recently. Even with the best of intentions, imagine what would have happened with the worst of intentions.
Very well, very well. Mr. Smith, had it not been for the war, what do you think you'd be doing?
probably working on my uncle's dairy farm in Ohio. Eventually take over the place. He had no kids himself.
So it'd be fair to say then that you believe in stability.
Well, look, I mean, everybody loves adventure, but there's adventure and then there's this. I don't think something like this should be used as any sort of weapon, and I'll be honest, the thing's invincible, then it's invincible, but I'm still... War teaches you a lot about the worst in people, but you know something about that.
Yes, I do. I regret that during the war, because of my charge, I couldn't do more, and that certain sacrifices had to be made. Both you roll your social on him. Oh, he rolled well.
Two.
You don't see anything other than his honesty at that moment.
I rolled 2 6s, and we keep rolling if it keeps exploding, right? Yeah, so 2 6s and a 3, and I get a +1 on my social stuff, so...
So you have a 16 is what you're telling me.
Yep.
16 minus 9, which is what he rolled, is 5. You have an extra degree of success over him. You know from the way he said that he is hiding something, and he's hiding something specifically about the people he was smuggling off the island. He regrets something about them. If she's asked questions of the other people attending, they give pretty pat answers. He asks Zeddy what she would do with all this money. She says, well, honestly, I would sell my property in Sweden. I would move here. I'd bring my family. I'd bring as many people as I could in to take care of, to help me work this charge. And we would, like, do the whole thing of lock the bank account. She was like a whole financial plan. He asked Ibris what he would do, and he said he would actually be very reluctant to leave his native Turkey, but that he would bring his family here and do something very similar. You already heard Jeanette's question. When he gets to Lori actually says, honestly, it looks like a bit of a second chance. I don't really have much left out there in the world. This would be the chance to do some good away from prying eyes. I would like that very much, I think. Well, my friends, it seems that our dinner is coming to an end. A toast, and they bring out alcohol. Ruth, you're a mild alcoholic. You need to roll a mental test against a TN of 4 to keep from over-imbibing.
No, I got a 3.
Okay, so you get not tipsy, you get drunk. And when you roll your fate test, it's going to be higher. Rather than the 6 it normally was, it's an 8.
Yay.
Everybody roll a fate test for me. At the toast. Oh, goody.
Okay, so when a fate die explodes, the next die is technically a D3, right?
Correct. It's that D3 formula.
Okay. So... yeah, I really should. Let's see what the... oh, dear.
Ruth, did you fail that roll?
12.
You gain nothing. You are okay.
I only rolled a 3.
Okay. So as you start drinking the wine, something in the wine tastes of a spice or a hint. It's really hard to trace. have had probably, in addition to the food and the conversation, you probably had your attention kind of dulled. If you wish to try to detect the ingredients of the wine, you can, but it's going to be a very difficult mental roll. It's going to be a 6. For Ruth, it's a 7 because she's currently drunk.
Hmm.
Well, I rolled a
Three.
6. I rolled a 6 and a 3, so apparently I have the taste buds of.
Ruth, that weird herb that was in the soup is also in the wine.
I just rolled a 3.
You don't detect it. Okay, so now that you're actually drunk, honey, I need a mental roll to keep control of yourself.
4.
You are very happy right now. And you know what would make you even happier? Dancing. Dancing would make you fucking happy right now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
She gets up and starts dancing. In fact, she'll climb up on the goddamn table and start dancing.
Jeanette fails her mental with a 1. She fumbles. She gets up on the table and says, none, 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 none. I shall show you how it is done. And she starts dancing with you. Ibris is like, women, dancing, Lori's like, she walks away. Before she gets very far, she's going to pass by Joey's station. And as she walks by, Joey hears her muttering something about crash, boorish, drunken behavior, hussies throwing themselves on the display, that kind of thing. Do anything to stop her?
You know, Miss Lori, you could do with some dancing. And Joey actually gets up and offers her his hand.
Oh, give me a social.
I got a 4.
She did not. She takes a look at your hand, looks back at you, and she says, It has been a while, but nothing that energetic. Something slow, please. Slow, says DuPont. I have just the thing. He clasps his hand. Ricardo turns on a phonograph, and a slow kind of gentle dance starts playing. Jeanette says, spoil sport. But then she looks over at Simone. Come, grab Simone's hand.
Okay. She's drunk.
Simone,
so
mental.
She said she was going to go along with it.
Oh, okay. Well, then weirdness.
Oh. I rolled a 1.
You have a momentary vision of her in a dark room and a straitjacket, laughing. Roll your mental.
Like,
Okay.
2.
You lose a grip. She sees that you're startled and goes, what? Trust me, I don't bite. And she proceeds to start dancing with you, and everything seems fine. Roll for your dancing, everybody. Socials.
Shouldn't dancing be athletics? Either way, I wouldn't have a success. I rolled a 2.
If you were competing for form, yes, but this is just a socializing dance. This is a get along kind of thing, right? So you're dancing along, and I'm going to start back with Joey. Joey, as you're dancing with Lori, the dance and the camaraderie begins to warm her up a little bit. You can see her start to relax a little bit. And at one point, she lays her head on your shoulder, and she says something in German. Realizes that she said it in German, and then she backs up and looks at you horrified. I'm sorry. I have to go. And she almost flees if you let her.
Joey is going to let her flee, and his suspicions have just been raised to max level.
Okay.
He doesn't say anything.
I think Joey might have picked up a smattering of German. Roll your mental difficulty 5 to see if you recognize what she said.
Ooh, I got a 5.
What she literally said was, "Don't step on my feet, Rolf." And she did identify her husband as Rolf. Okay. Simone, what'd you get?
A 6 and a 2. I have a +1 on social.
Jeanette really likes you. She really likes Drunk You. Drunk You is fun. You're trading jibes. You're saying things about men. Things are great. You're really enjoying yourself. And then for some reason you don't understand, it's over. She steps back and she curtsies and she's like, "I gotta go flirt with him. The British hussy's out of his arms." Joey, you're almost tackled by a petite French woman. Monsieur Smith, dance with me.
Of course. Yeah, great.
Oh, and she's giving you the big eye. She's giving you the sachet. She's got a total of an 8. I'm sorry, with her social, a total of a 10 to try to seduce you.
Joey isn't going to particularly resist. Besides, he only got a 7 for his social.
There's some kissing that happens when she thinks no one can see, and then she drags you away from the main hall to her room.
Okay.
I shall not detail what happens. He'll say you are busy the rest of the evening.
Okay. Just as long as she is not secret. Well, Joey's not going to ask yet. Okay, but just to make sure.
Okay.
Very good.
The activity begins to die down.
Yeah, she's okay.
Ibris retires to his room. He actually has to help Zeddy because Zeddy's had a little too much to drink. De Palm comes up to Simone and says, "My dear, would you like some help going to your room?"
Who's asking me?
De Palm, the host.
Sure. Why not?
He takes an arm.
Probably need help.
He takes an arm, and he is fully clothed. So you don't really have the chance to touch him, but you are touching his clothes. Roll a weirdness real quick.
Me.
You don't think he's wearing a modern suit for some reason. When you look at him, you see like old robes, like Dark Ages style robes. They're heavy, they're thick, they're plain, but they're heavy and thick, like something a monk or a magister, someone who teaches people would wear.
You're old.
He looks at you and goes, "I am. I will be 56 next summer." Well, I would have been 56.
You're like really old.
It does feel that way, dear. They put you all to bed. everyone has a very pleasant evening. Both you give me a fate test.
Four.
You have a 4, Ruth?
Yep.
Joey?
4.
Okay, so...
Actually 5. I keep forgetting to add my class 1.
Okay. So you all have a very pleasant sleep. You both regain 1 grip.
Before I go to sleep, there is one thing I actually do need to say to Jeanette, though.
Sure.
Yeah, and this is not even flirtation or anything. I say to Jeanette, by the way, you should be careful of the British lady.
Oh, please. Laurie? She doesn't even have any... She's a kitten. She doesn't even have claws.
Okay, then let me just say I kind of just lied. Because she's not British. She's German, and I think she's secretly a Nazi.
Jeanette tilts her head. Why do you think that?
I just wanted to dance with her because she seemed to be left out and everything. You know, I felt bad. She told me that story about how her husband was, I don't know if you heard on the boat, but her husband is arrested. He's an SS officer. Supposedly he was a British man who joined the SS.
She thinks about it. She says, she never said he was British. And he has a German name, Rolf.
Yeah, but there's more than that. When we were dancing for a moment, she let her guard down and she thought I was him. She claims to hate him. She wants him to rot in prison, but she's still wearing his wedding ring.
Jeanette looks at you with a face of infinite pity for the poor American who does not get women. And she says, oh, my poor, poor boy. Things must be so much easier in America than they are here.
I mean, at the very least, why is she still wearing his ring if she doesn't share his sympathies?
Because she still loves him.
And why would she be speaking in a German accent if she's actually from Britain?
Because they probably shared German so that nobody else could overhear what they were saying in British society and mock them or chide them for it. It'd be an excellent way to talk in front of their fellow Brits and not be embarrassed. The Russian Tsar and his wife spoke English. None of the rest of the court did. We have their love letters all written in English to one another, and boy, are they scandalous.
You know, Jeanette, you're a dancer, but you would make a very good lawyer.
I am French.
Yeah.
I know.
Now,
the Gauls love to argue.
Speaking, she puts her arms on your neck, of dancing, let me show you a few moves that we don't normally do in public.
Okay.
The evening goes on, you both regain a grip.
Right.
Now, since you've taken the path you have taken, I need you both to roll fate again for me.
6.
10. Actually, no, 9. 9.
You both are awakened to the sound of thunder. A storm has arisen around the island. And as you look out the windows, you see the storm is just going and going. It's a pretty good sized gale. Fortunately, you're all inside, so you're not in any danger or anything. But when you awake, Mr. Joey, you're alone. She's not in her room with you.
I get up. I don't say anything because I don't want to wake anyone else, but I look under the bed.
You don't see her under the bed, But since you already declared you're on the floor, roll me a mental and add 2 from your war experience. This would be like war awareness. The environment, looking for ambushes.
Okay. Oof, the dice love me. 6 plus 2 plus 2. 10.
The light in the hallway that would be coming underneath the door, shadows interrupt that light, as if somebody out in the hallway is walking.
Joey creeps to the door, and if this is the door, he kind of goes by the side like this. He tries to do so without making a sound.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll. That's a physical roll. Add 2 also from
Yep.
war experience.
Well, it doesn't matter what the bonuses are because I fumbled.
Roll fate.
6.
Okay. So this is a remodeled castle. It has certain Dark Ages features. You trip, hit your head on a sconce, and backpedal. You start cursing, motherfucker, because it hurts. And you hear in the hallway the sound of feet suddenly running away.
Joey really doesn't want to, but he rushes to open the door and try to see who has been stalking.
The hallway is bare.
Close the door. This time I lock it because clearly she would not have.
Roll mental.
Actually, would these doors have locks? I don't know.
Yes, you have an inside lock.
I fumbled the mental.
All right, you don't notice it. So you close the door and you're like, huh. Okay.
I look around the inside of the room. Is there anything that I can hold on to for the rest of the night? A candlestick, a lead pipe?
Oh, sure. There'd be
A
candlesticks
wrench.
and everything else like that around there. You got a nice big blunt club.
All right. I just hold on to it.
Simone,
I curse the fact that I do not have any cigarettes on me or things to munch on.
Simone, roll me a weirdness. Oh, is that you were cursing there, Joey?
I curse the fact that I don't have any cigarettes or things to watch on, and while I hold the candlestick and just sit on my bed for the rest of the night, I watch the storm.
Okay.
I'm rolling a weirdness.
Yep.
Now, am I adding my +2 for mystical or occult?
You are indeed.
Oh, okay, so then it's a 7.
You have a disturbing dream. In that dream, you are confined in some kind of jacket. You're looking up from a bed, and you're tied to said bed. Shadowy figures are around you speaking what sounds sort of like German, but not quite. And you're hearing chanting. And then you feel pain go through your body. And the pain is like lancing. You realize that things are being taken out of you while you're awake. Like live surgery. Vivisection almost. And you're screaming, you're yelling. And as you realize you're about to die, foreign words come out of your mouth. As you're croaking and trying to make them get out. And it's urgent you get them out before you die. You're not sure why. It's like a feeling you have to have this happen. And you feel so like, Shema Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai, God. Roll your mental.
Five.
You recognize the words as being Hebrew. They're a very common kind of Hebrew. And you sometimes see them in mystical texts that literally means "Hear, O Jews," or "Hear, O Israel," there is only one God. And you know that it's typically something somebody says right before they're about to die. As well as the daily prayers. So, you'll say you wake up not feeling good.
No, not in life.
You don't lose any grip, because it wasn't actually anything that, was present. But you wake up wondering what the hell is going on, and then you look around the room, and you realize whatever that was, it happened in this room you're staying in. Which is why you had the dream.
Freaking lovely.
What do you do the rest of the night?
Is there any alcohol anywhere that's accessible?
I would assume you probably bring alcohol with you wherever you go.
But yeah, she gonna get drunk again.
Okay. Now, Michael, I take it you're staying up the rest of the night?
I will try to, at least.
Okay. I'm going to charge you 2 exhaustion. About 4 o'clock in the morning, at least it feels like it's 4 o'clock in the morning. You don't have a timepiece, so you're not quite sure when and when it isn't. The door goes to open, and it clatters. And you hear her voice the other side of the door go, "Merde!"
It's
"Joey?"
Jeanette?
She quietly calls. "Joey, are you awake?"
Jeanette? I opened
Yes.
the door.
"Why did you lock the door?"
Were you the one who ran when I was shouting at about midnight?
"Well, I don't know what time you were shouting. You weren't shouting when I left to go to the water closet. Whatever it was he fed us, it did not agree with me."
Oh, terribly sorry about that. I guess that explains why you were gone, but, somebody was spying right outside my door.
She looks back at the hallway. "I don't see
I've
anything.
been up.
Are you sure you
This
didn't dream it?"
happened. No. I woke up. I saw that I was lonely and without a Jeanette.
Aww. "Well, your Jeanette is here now." She locks the door, guides you back to the bed, and tries to distract you.
I do need a distraction.
She has a total of 7 to distract you.
I intentionally fail.
Okay. The morning passes and arrives, and you hear screaming, high-pitched, "Oh my God!" screaming, and you recognize the voice as being Ricardo. It's coming from somewhere in the castle. You're not sure exactly where. People are stepping outside their rooms. Ibris is outside. Lori's outside. The only person who doesn't seem to open her door is Zeddy.
I get my clothes on and then rush outside.
Okay.
Throw on a house coat and poke my head out my door.
You see people out in the hallway. The storm is still raging outside. You can hear it.
Grabs the liquor bottle, takes a good chug, and then walks out into the hallway.
Give yourself a destiny. You race through the castle looking for the sound. You end up going upstairs to the 2nd floor. And in what must be his study, you see Ricardo kneeling by a chair, weeping. Screaming occasionally, a wail of despair. "No! No!" Like that.
Ricardo,
He's dead! He's dead! Ricardo backs up.
Mr. De Palm?
He's in his chair by the fire, and there is a knife wound in his neck.
Oh dear. Doesn't look good.
Lori elbows Joey.
Where is the book?
I don't know, says Ricardo. He starts looking for it. Lori goes, just had to say we're an Agatha Christie novel, didn't you?
Normally, Agatha Christie novels don't involve magic. At least not the ones I've read.
It's not here, says Ricardo. He points to the empty box that used to hold it.
Oh, why wasn't that secured?
You murderers! One of you or all of you murdered him!
Why?
He starts walking towards a desk. Everybody roll initiative.
I was drunk.
Uh-oh.
4.
So the first person to go is Ricardo. He runs over to a desk, opens the drawer, takes out a revolver, spins it towards the party, and just starts firing. Because he already ate up his move action and his skill action to get it out, he's only got one attack action left, fortunately for us. Oh! Oh! Everybody roll a fate check. Let's see who he targeted.
3. No, 4.
3.
You have a 3?
Uh-huh.
Well, all the NPCs actually rolled higher than the two of you. You two need to roll again.
4.
We're doing fate again?
Uh-huh.
5.
So he targets Joey. Bam! Bam! He fires a couple of rounds at Joey. Perhaps it is his sorrow over his employer dying. He needed 4s because we have a higher curve. He rolled a 2 and a 3. So he fires at Joey twice. Bam! Bam! And he misses him. Just bad aim or something. All the NPCs, except for Ibis, run for cover. He goes towards the guy with the gun. What's Joey going to do?
Joey's going to go towards the man who was rude enough to shoot at him.
What does Simone do?
She gonna die for cover.
All right, so Simone, give me a D6 roll. Quickly die to cover unless you wish to spend Destiny to roll a D10.
I rolled a 1.
You look for cover and you can't find any. So you're sitting in the room panicking, going, ah! and we laugh, but those of us who know things about combat, yeah, that kind of thing actually happens. People freak out. Joey, you're up first before Ibis. What do you do?
I race towards the crazy Frenchman and I clock him in the face.
So that's one movement action to get across the room to him. That leaves you 2 actions when you get there.
Those 2 actions are going to be 2 punches.
Slug, slug. All right, give him the old 1-2. Roll him for me.
5 for the first one.
I'll connect.
Okay. I just roll the D6 for damage, or what do I roll?
Well, actually, unarmed damage is base of a D3.
Okay.
And then you add your physical
is...
+2 for every DOS.
Yes, that's 5.
So it clocks him for 5 points? Holy cow. You ring his bell. That hits him right across the jaw. This is a highly lethalistic setting, so we've only got 10 health base. It clocks him. He's like, whoa. He's kind of groggy. And then the second one comes across.
Right. And that second one is going to be... So this one is a 6.
Okay. Base
All right.
damage, not enough to get a DOS.
Okay. Okay, this one is just going to be 2.
So you give him one good clock on the jaw, another buffet to the chest. He's rocking. He's trying to step back. Then Ibis is on him. Ibis just like tackles him. And he gets the man down with enough of a degree of success increase that he can put the gun on the floor facing away from both of you. New initiative, everybody.
Five.
4.
So the first person to go again is Ricardo. Ricardo tries to get the gun away from Ibis's control, which he fails to do. The gun keeps going off. Bang, 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 bang. And Joey, you realize it's got only one round left. Ruth is up with her 5 next.
Still going for cover?
All right, you find cover this turn. I'm not going to charge you a second roll.
Okay.
Joey's up.
Ibis is kind of got him smothered, so Joey is going to use a move action to circle behind where he can punch Ricardo's head.
Okay.
And then he's going to punch Ricardo's head.
All right, roll the attack for me. You'll have 2 attacks left as you take 1 movement action to get into position.
Joey got an 8 to hit him.
That includes a degree of success bonus. You will roll a d3, and your physical bonus is then multiplied by 2 twice. So your physical bonus is a +1, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So you're rolling a d3 plus 4.
Okay.
That's probably going to take him
5.
out. Bang.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
5.
knock him unconscious. He's out. Ibis rolls him over, gets the gun, cranks it open, sees it's got a round left. Looks at everybody. Points the gun at Joey. No offense, my good man, but I think I'm going to hang on to the revolver.
I think the guy who has the revolver should be the guy who was just shot at twice, but okay.
Roll a persuasion on that. That's your social.
I only got a 2.
You can think whatever you like, but I'm still holding on to the gun. And he backpedals over to the desk, opens it up, and takes out more rounds and puts them in his pocket. But there's like a little cartridge box in there. While he's doing that, what does everybody else do?
Look over to the body and touch it to see if I can pick up on maybe last moments or something like that.
Okay. You walk over to it, you place your hand on it, and because it's dead, you don't get any feedback. If you spend a mana point, I'll let you attempt to force it.
So is there an object or something in the area that I can touch instead?
Oh, certainly. There's his, whatever personal effects he might have in his pocket, the chair, things he has lying about, other books. That tells you specifically about that object. The chair?
Oh, hold on. What has bloodstains on it?
So the knife wound is in his neck. It bled over his side and onto the chair.
Okay, so yeah, the chair. Specifically where the bloodstain is.
Okay, roll me a weirdness.
Never mind, I rolled a 1.
I appreciate your honesty. Give yourself a destiny. Remember to lose a mana. All right, now, a firearm did just go off, so everybody roll me a mental real quick. Those of you who have not been in war before. Joey's unaffected, but for the women, that's pretty scary. That might be a loss of grip. Lori and Jeanette are both weeping and crying and a little shaky. They apparently lost grip. They're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
I got a 5.
You're fine. It must be the alcohol. You're like, yeah, so what?
Who cares?
I'm French, I'm blasé, and I'm drunk. I don't give a shit. All right. So what do you do now?
I don't know.
Ricardo, who's unconscious, can't mule or anything. He's just, But the maids are now running into the room, and they see the scene. They're like, oh! They look at the group horrified.
Hmm.
Fine.
The boss goes, ladies, please sit down. They do so.
How many other members of the staff are here? On the grounds.
We're it, says one of the maids.
Okay. I go to close the doors.
Okay. The boss lets you.
So, this man didn't stab himself. That means... I can't believe I'm actually saying this in real life.
Destiny! Get a destiny!
Yes. Someone in this room is the murderer.
Or take another pull of liquor.
And someone in this room possesses the Book of Nostradamus. In fact, Miss Simone Sibyl, is that liquor bottle empty?
Slosh. Nope. I can make it empty if you want, though.
Oh, fuck you. Okay. So, here's what I think we should do. We should all say where we were, what we were doing just about. Let's see. Actually, first let's wake up Ricardo. Is there any water in the room?
There is. Ibas looks at the room and goes, we're missing someone, though.
There's Lori, there's Jeanette.
We're missing the Swedish woman, Zeddy.
We need to find her. Okay. All right.
That's all of us, one of which may be a murderer, moving through the grounds with each other unsupervised, or at least taking opportunities when we're unsupervised to do things to us. I do not like that idea.
Then let's go 3 by 3. Okay, so let's see. How many maids are here along with Ricardo? There's 3. There's Yumi and Jeanette. And then there is Sophie. No. Oh, so there's 8 of us here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then let's split up into groups of 4. That way, if one of them's the murderer, at least 3 people have a chance to knock them out or take their weapon or something. One of us searches the north end of the islands, the other searches the south.
That still puts the murderer in position of being able to escape with only 3 people rather than 7 to catch him. No matter what we do, there's going to be faults, I agree.
Well, if Zenny
someone
is
has
the
to go
murderer,
get her, I agree. But I say that let's send someone that we are relatively sure cannot commit murder.
Anybody can kill anybody, my Turkish friend. If you were in the war, you should know that.
Indeed. A whole
He looks
bottle
at-
of alcohol.
he looks
into
at
it,
Simone.
too.
That one doesn't have her in her.
That one is also very drunk. You're right, she's perfect.
Very well. You, her, and one of the maids go recover Zeddy. I'll watch everybody else.
Okay. Very well then. Me, Simone, and one of the maids will go. Sure.
Okay.
Dagger my way towards Betty's room.
As you're all leaving, Lori comes up, stops Joey, puts a hand on his arm, and says, "Be careful."
I will for all that. And I leave.
She tilts her head at that, wondering what that was said for. All right. So you walk back down the hallways through the castle, expecting danger at every turn. You'll say it's a bit of a unnerving experience, so give me a mental roll against the fear. The fear would
I'm
only
not
be
a
a
nerd.
4. Because you are
Everything
liquored up, you get a +1. And because this counts as combat experience, you get a +2. So Ruth actually needs a 3 and Mike only needs a 2.
I rolled a 1. Can I reroll?
I rolled an 8.
So if you look at your chart, you'll see you can actually spend Destiny to reroll.
How much destiny to reroll?
If I recall correctly, it's 2 Destiny to reroll a failed attempt. Let me double check that on the chart.
I rolled an 8.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah.
I will do that because no, I'm not rolling a 1. Okay, good. So I get a plus. What was it again?
You only need a 3 or better, hun. It's a mental.
I got 5.
So you're safe. You both travel the distance. You don't lose any grip. You're not expecting him to jump out from corners. The poor maid, on the other hand, she is a gibbering mess. She failed by a point. So she loses a grip walking from point A to point B. Jumping at shadows. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Joey decides that he has absolutely...
I thrust my liquor bottle at her and say, "Take a shot, it'll make it better."
She spills like half of it.
Don't waste it.
Clearly, there is only one thing that can be done, and Joey just picks her up and carries her Bride of Frankenstein style.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
She begins to sort of calm down because now she's being held by a big, strong American GI. You get to the room where you all were stationed. Sorry, the hall where you all were stationed. You see the doors are closed, and Zeddy's door is still closed.
Is it locked?
Nope.
Open it.
You open it, and inside you see the bed that is unmade, like someone was in it the night before. You don't see any signs of a struggle. She's not there. Roll me mentals awareness on the scene to see what you detect. And this would count as somewhat more experience, so Mike gets to add a +1.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I fumbled.
Okay.
I got a 4.
You notice on the door there are some thread fragments. Dark black. Really dark black.
Wow. So what's up with the thread here? Do you have anybody who wears black around here?
She looks at her own maid clothing, which is black and white. But it's not as dark as what you're seeing. Mike, now it's been called to your attention. Roll me another mental, see if you recognize the threads.
The dice does not like me. In fact, how many destiny coins have you given me, James?
I'm not responsible for keeping track of how much destiny you get.
I believe it's 4 at this point. I'm going to spend 2 to reroll.
And keep in mind, you also had your initial amount I put on your character sheet.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Okay. So reroll that for 11.
Me. 3.
You recognize them because you're familiar with them. It's the kind of black you'd get in a Nazi SS officer's uniform.
I thought we killed all of you.
And it smells odd.
How?
Familiar,
Does it, like have a burn?
Something you may have had for dinner last night.
Like the soup?
Mm-hmm. And the drink. You smell a hint of vervain.
Why does it have vervain?
Roll your mental there, Miss Occultist, and add 2 for being mystical.
4.
One of the common things in alchemy are these things called tinctures and ointments that you would apply to your skin. If someone applied it to their skin and then put their clothes on, that smell would get into their clothing.
So somebody was playing with vervain.
Miss Occultist Lady, is vervain? I just know it as some sort of flower. Is it special somehow?
I need to roll something.
It's kind of a magical panacea. You see it in lots of different ancient texts. It's actually in the Greek magical papyri too. One of the oldest things in the real world we've recovered from the ancient Mediterranean about what they believed.
It's used in a lot of stuff. It's kind of like everywhere.
Magical stuff?
Yeah, a lot of esoteric stuff, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I want to ask you something. So you're like actually psychic, right?
Sort of.
Does alcohol affect your powers?
Oh.
I don't know. You're the psychic.
I just drink because I like it.
Okay. So we've got a person in a Nazi uniform that's running around with vervain, which is the same stuff. Ma'am, who? And I turn to the maid.
She looks up,
Who is
yes?
the cook? Who is the cook?
Ricardo.
What's Ricardo's background?
He's from Spain.
And you don't know anything else about him?
I roll a social, try to persuade her to talk.
Five.
You beat her. I know that he fought against Franco and he fought against the Nazis and he hated them. I don't know quite why. He often seemed very sad during the war.
You don't know why someone would hate the Nazis? What's your background?
That's not what I mean. I mean, he seemed more morose than usual. Especially every Friday night. Both you rolled mental. It's a common knowledge thing at the time. You might know it. You might get the reference.
4. Yeah.
Friday night's the start of Shabbat, the Jewish religious service. And although he said he had a problem with Marranos, he may have been lying, learning how to hide himself. Ricardo might actually be a Sephardic Jew.
So he's a converso.
Or he's a Marrano in hiding.
Yeah. I thought Torquemada got all the Jews out of Spain.
The last community of this is a real world tangent, the last community of blood directly related Marranos was discovered in Madrid, if I remember correctly, in 1983.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them still survived.
I know. It's an impressive story. even in Portugal.
It was a very sad story, too, because when they found this small enclave of Jews that had actually been in hiding the whole time, they distrusted all their neighbors so much that their Judaism was all mixed up, too. They didn't know what things in the Bible were supposed to go in what order. They didn't feel like they could go to anywhere to get scriptures. They were even so afraid they wouldn't buy a regular Bible for fear of someone asking them questions.
Did they have any genetic problems by that point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the documentary people didn't want to go into it, but you could see it just visually. This small little community of like 30 people left. Yeah. That Simon too is like being so scared you wouldn't even walk into a church. Yet they were that frightened because of things that had happened. So, anyway, back to the real world. That's good. Back to the game.
Okay. So, something very disturbing occurs to Joey. I think we need to go to the kitchens.
You go to the kitchens. You, the maid, and Simone. Everything's
First
there.
of all, Okay.
It is pristine. It's been cleaned because they would clean up after dinner.
Of course. Take a look in the trash.
Maybe roll a fate to see if they'd taken it out last night. They did. It's empty.
Okay.
Check the pantry.
Yeah, pantry.
You don't find anything like, where I think you're going with this, you don't find anything like human body parts or blood or anything like that. You do find a stack of powdered vervain. You do find some other powdered herbs that have different Latin names that you're not familiar with and can be identified as being used in a kind of herbal alchemy. They're all in the seasoning racks.
Just to be absolutely safe, if there's a meat locker, I'm going to check it.
Okay. You check the meat locker, and all you find in there are some preserved pigs.
Oh, thank God.
This is not a Bethesda game. This is not a Bethesda game.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Hey, can you blame us for being suspicious? You're talking about this strange, mysterious meat stew. Of course, the first thing we're going to think is cannibalism.
Wait, something just... Did Ricardo eat with us?
Yes.
But he can't eat these.
So, a lot of what the Moranos did, I don't know if you know this historically, is because they were constantly under supervision and because they're constantly being viewed, they would often break Jewish law just to keep from being recognized. That's a part of how their traditions all got so jumbled up.
I see. Poor bastard. Well, okay, at least I know that I've not been eating stewed Nazi. Still, we have a Swedish woman to find. Miss, what is your name?
I didn't name the maids. Sabine.
Miss Sabine, when was the last time you saw... I'm forgetting the Swedish woman's name now. Zaida?
Zeddy.
Zeddy.
I saw her at dinner and she went to her room. She was escorted there by Ibis. She offered to take him into her room with her, but he refused.
Stupid bastard.
Devout, she says somewhat indignantly.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Plus, if she is the murderer, I guess he was just lucky. Miss Simone, where do you think we should go yet? What's your intuition? Because I am sober and I have no idea what to do, so perhaps the liquor beast will lead us to the truth.
Someone looks around the
Bam!
room.
Bam! 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 From a distant part of the castle.
Gunshots. I guess that way. Points to the direction where the gunfire's coming. The spirits are telling me that something nefarious is going on that way.
Destiny!
Before we go. Okay, but before we go, my military training and culinary skills are telling me to do this first, and I get like all of the kitchen knives.
Okay.
And I distribute them to the other women because we might have to stab a crazy Musulman.
Okay.
All right, now we will go in towards the gunshot.
Okay. Roll a mental, both of you.
4.
2.
It doesn't occur to either one of you to make sure the maid's in front of you. When you leave the kitchen, you suddenly hear the door slam and bolt.
Okay. I mean, hell, I'm kind of with them on this one.
Stay away from me, you crazy, crazy people! You hear on the other side of the door.
Woman, I just gave you knives to protect yourself with. Clearly, we're not going to kill you.
And you kept more of them, you American brute!
What? I only have... oh, right, I have 7. Would you like these?
So the maid has locked herself in the kitchen.
Okay. If we're not all dead by midday, I would like crepe Suzette.
Fuck you, you American pig!
Oh.
I love you too. Now come on, Simone, let's go.
Oh. You know what? They probably have all the best liquor in there, too.
I am not stabbing a French woman to death so I can raid her wine cellar.
You race back towards where you left everybody in the study.
Yep.
I'm going to assume that when you get near the study, you're making stealth rolls so they don't know where you are.
I am attempting. Now, whether I'm successful or not...
Okay. Roll your stealth for me. That will be a physical action.
Okay, 5.
And remember to add 2 for you for it being a wartime-related thing. You have 7.
Oh, then 7.
What'd you get, Simone?
2.
You've heard some loud people in the woods before? She is banging into every single obstacle. Chairs and stuff that have been put in the hallway, she hits every single one. You get up to the study. From inside, you hear whimpering and crying. It sounds like Lori. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's not happening! It's not happening! Oh my god! Oh my god! You don't hear anything else. You smell gunpowder.
Oh, God. Well, there's no point in being stealthy at this point. I brandish the knives and come around the corner.
Okay.
Is everyone okay?
Ah! Lori screams. Roll a mental for you.
Here, liquor helps.
Mental for you
9.
too, please, Miss Simone.
4.
And Mike?
I rolled a 9.
Okay, you both pass. You don't lose any grip on reality. Well, you don't lose any grip on reality. Ruth technically loses 1. You look at the scene in front of you, and what you see defies explanation. Lori is cowering in a corner, holding herself, screaming like this. She is so frightened that she has partially urinated herself. She's a gibbering mess. Jeanette is also crying, but she's got it a bit more together. She's hiding behind a table, and she's clutching a candlestick like this. Ricardo's still unconscious on the floor, but the body that was in the chair has somehow crossed the room and is laying on top of Ibis. Part of its head, its shoulder, and its midsection have been blown out by bullets. and its teeth are buried in his throat.
I start guzzling the rest of my alcohol.
You know, remember when that man brought out his sword? Actually, you know what?
It is a castle.
Yeah. I go and get the sword.
Okay. The sword does
Excuse
happen to
me,
be
is
seen by
that-
other medieval weapons like pole arms, axes, suits of armor.
Okay, I go and get a sword or a pole arm. I get like a really heavy axe.
Okay.
And I go and I'm like, maybe I've read too many of the novels of that crazy Lovecraft guy. I don't know.
Head off.
What can I say? It's boring on a farm in Ohio. Anyway,
Chunk.
right through the neck.
You bring the head of him off. You hit part of the dead Ibn beneath him, who doesn't, complain. He's dead.
I take a look at the body. Are there fangs?
There are no fangs, just his teeth.
Okay. Miss Simone, can I please have some of your liquor? I need a drink.
I hand him the bottle.
Jeanette stands up, candlestick the ready. It came off the chair when he had his back turned and stalked him, and when he spun, he just had time, and he just unloaded, and it... But it's dead now, right?
I'm not entirely sure. Anybody got a match?
I probably do, considering I have cigarettes, so I hand him mine.
Okay,
I
very
light
good.
a cigarette first before I
Lori-
hand it to him.
Lori stands on shaky feet. Any fire big enough to burn it is going to be a bonfire. We don't have the room in here. It'll set the castle on fire.
Great! I'm all cool with that.
We need to get the hell out of this castle anyway.
While we're in it and the storm outside,
Sure.
It's still storming outside?
yes, it's been going on for hours.
Then it would be perfect. Because then the blaze
Is there
won't go
any-
over the island. It'll just be the castle. We can stand outside and keep ourselves warm in the flames.
Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Anybody... How about this? This is an old castle, right? Old, medieval, monks and sorcerers and everything, right? Is there any part of this castle that is mostly stone? Because I'm setting these things on fire.
The cellar below us.
This is the part of Mr. Lovecraft's stories that I would always yell at the person. But you know what? Screw it. Let's go to the cellar. Let's go to, let's go to the cellar with the creepy body that is coming alive and killing people in a place housed by dark rituals to set 2 dead bodies on fire. Come on, let's go. In fact, I'll carry the heads. And I literally just carry the heads, telling the other maid who was still here, take me to the cellar now, because I don't care anymore.
Lori says, wait. He's got to know something. She points to Ricardo, who's still unconscious.
You're right, let's set him on fire too. Come on.
I'm not going to let you... I am not going to stand by while you commit murder, sir. Now's not the time to be British, yells Jeanette. Fuck you, you French whore. Fuck me! She starts walking over with the candlestick raised.
I shoved the liquor bottle at both of them, like, both of you, take a drink.
Jeanette takes one. Lori looks at her and goes, well, at least the alcohol will kill whatever germs you have.
Hmm.
You know what? You're right. Is there any rope?
I imagine there would be.
Okay. I go and I do a nice army knot to tie Ricardo, his arms and legs as if he's a pig, trussed up for dinner and all that.
Okay.
This way I don't have to kill him.
Okay.
I pick him up over my shoulder. I put the other two... I'm probably going to have to make certain sanity rolls or whatever.
Both of you give me a mental... This is an awareness, so Mr. Wartime Guy, you get to add 2.
9.
So close. So close. Ah.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You said... Yeah, never mind. You're right. 9.
Okay.
I got an 8.
Okay. So you tie Ricardo up. You put him back in the chair or into a different chair or tie him to a post. How do you secure him?
Okay. I'm not strong enough to carry 3 bodies. So I'm not comfortable leaving anything. I think we at least got to destroy the heads.
So you kill the heads of De Palme and Ibis.
Okay. Excuse me. God.
No problem.
No. This is the character going, because he just realizes that he's going to a cellar in order to destroy 2 heads. Okay, so you say that this dead guy, he got up, he sank his teeth into the Turkish guy's throat.
Yes.
Okay. So, people write stuff in fiction. We don't know how much of it's true, but then again, we're on an island where apparently there's an indestructible book of magic and undead zombie vampire things. So, I'm just going here right now, based on what I've seen in the dime stories. We need to completely destroy these bodies.
That's going to require a very large, hot fire.
Yeah. And the only place we can do that is the cellar.
Well, we can do it outside once the storm stops, but doing it inside the castle, between smoke inhalation and the castle catching on fire, and us inside of it, bad idea. Even doing it in the cellar is not exactly a great idea.
Okay. Miss
Well,
Lori.
we're worried about the bodies getting back up again. Maybe we can just chop the bodies up into pieces and put the pieces in various places in the castle. So, if they try to come back together, they won't be able to.
I love gamers!
We have tapestries, right?
You do?
We have tapestries. Okay. So, I go and I use, the pole arms to take one of the tapestries down.
Okay.
One of the smaller ones, I wrap the 2 heads in.
All right.
And I keep it nice and tight and sealed.
Okay.
If there are any chains, I also put it around the head.
Okay.
And the bodies, I'm kind of not in the mood to dismember, so I'm actually going to give the axes to the drunk woman, because clearly she doesn't care a fuck, and she, can go to town.
Okay. No, she thinks you're giving her the axes so she can start chopping the bodies up. So you'll see, you hand her the axe and she'll start, rearing back to try to,
That is exactly why I'm giving her the axe.
So she just starts kind of sloppily trying to cut the bodies.
You go whackety whackety.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. And once we have enough divisions, we take these divisions and wrap them up in 2 or 3 bags. Well, not bags, but tapestries that we tie together. And we're just going to keep them bound together by a chain and put them in a room and then lock the door. We can burn them outside later. And I thought the war was messed up.
So you accomplish all that, and then Lori says, now what do we do?
Okay, well, look. There's only us 4 left and one crazy French woman.
Us
who's
4,
locked in the kitchen.
says Jeanette. What about Zeddy? You went to go get her. And where's the maid that went with you?
We couldn't find her and the maid locked herself in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Jeanette starts pacing back and forth. Then Zeddy must be the murderess.
Okay.
She must be... She looks at the shadows, waiting for us to drop our guard.
Is there any place here that we haven't explored
Both
yet?
of you roll your social.
I fumbled my social, which is not surprising given the circumstances.
I got a 6.
It seems genuine. She seems to honestly believe that Zeddy is the murderess. Lori says, we've no proof of that. For all we know, it's Ricardo, who we still haven't interrogated.
Right. So Ricardo's all nice and bound up. And I put another chain around his midsection. I mean, Harry Houdini is going to have trouble getting out of his.
Got it. And I take it's wakey wakey?
Wakey wakey.
How do you wake up the gentleman?
I just slap him.
Joey slaps him. Bam! Back in. Doesn't wake him up. The water. Ah! He's like, Mr. DePaul, Mr. Oh my God! The blood, the gore, the chopped up bodies.
Yeah, they're all wrapped up in tapestries.
He's trying to get out of it. He's trying to get out of it. He's stomping. He's moving left and right.
Hey,
He answers about a minute before he finally calms down. You murdered him!
Yeah. Hey, Renfield, we got questions. What? It's boring on a farm in Ohio. But anyway. What's up with your master's body getting up and attacking our friend?
Ricardo pauses for a second. You see him calculating. And he says, he must not have been quite dead when he was stabbed, and he must have saw the person who did it.
The man's throat was slashed open. It was bleeding out all over the chair. You and I both know blood doesn't work like that. According to these ladies, he literally stalked across the room. Now,
How do you know they didn't arrange the scene? Ricardo says. Oh, come on, says Lori. It's a really bad lie.
yes, I'm perfectly sure that 2 women moved around a bleeding dead body, covered it in bullets, and somehow killed a guy who was holding a gun at them. Yeah, I totally believe you.
All I'm saying, sir, is that things aren't what they seem. Clearly, the people in this room that you are trusting are murderers. Why would I have any reason to kill the man that saved me from the Nazis?
I don't know.
Want some alcohol?
Actually, yes,
Okay,
I
do
would.
Do you have some sort of magic spell on that thing that it never gets rid of? Or how many bottles are you carrying on yourself, woman?
I imagine she's probably gone through like 2 or 3 of her bottles.
Probably. Oh, she hands Ricardo and like.
You're going to have to tilt it. I'm bound, madam. Glub, 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 glub.
Get him drunk and he might talk more.
Just want to force feed him alcohol? Let the record show, my wife said, yeah. Okay. So,
Whatever, the Geneva Convention doesn't apply to wizards.
yeah. So, Ruth starts dumping alcohol down his throat. You put 2/5 of rum in him, and he's not as resistant anymore. In fact, he's starting to think that the chains and the ropes are doing it for him. It's kind of nice.
Oh.
Okay. You know, Ricardo, I get it. You spend your whole time having to hide everything. I mean, it must have been really hard for you to eat those pigs down there.
Disgusting things. So much I have to atone for. Why couldn't he get my family too? Why just me?
What happened to your family? Why couldn't he get them?
The Nazis killed them and took them away to a camp. Did horrible things to them. God curse all Germans. I don't regret it at all. What we did to those pigs. Pigs! Those German pigs!
What did you do to them?
All of them that came here never got out. That's all I know for sure. But I know that Mr. De Palme, he knew the things they knew. Oh yes, he did. It was only right to turn it on them.
Are they the pigs down in the vault?
No, of course not. We're the good guys.
Look.
Where did he do these things? Laurie asks. Where it wouldn't be seen. In the cellar.
Okay.
What did you do with the book? Says Jeanette. I didn't do anything. I slept and I came in after I did what he told me to.
What did you do? Actually, was it you outside my bedroom? You cost me a good night's sleep, you know.
Sorry about that, but I had errands. Just doing what I was told to do by Mr. De Palme.
Yeah, but I mean, you could have just said, don't worry, it's me, Ricardo, and then kept going on your way.
Hurry. He's really trying to lie really hard. He didn't roll very well.
Yeah, and did these errands involve you standing outside my door for 15 minutes?
It's your door, I was outside her door. Shit.
Zenny?
She had it coming. The Swedish German bitch.
She was German?
The Swedes are an offshoot of the Germans. So haughty, so better than everybody. I'm glad that glad it was her.
Okay. I pick this guy up on my shoulder, and I go with Simone, and we're going to check out Zenny's bedroom.
As you're leaving, Jeanette says, "What are you doing? Going to leave me here with them?"
I'm sorry. Miss Jeanette. You know what? Miss Simone.
Huh?
Here. I give her the gun.
What gun?
What do you mean? The
What gun?
Arab guy. Yeah, the Arab guy had a gun.
Yeah, you never
But
declared
he's
you
not
actually
dead.
picked up the gun.
Well, I didn't wrap it up with the rest of the tapestries.
You didn't declare that, though. The gun's not there.
Oh, yeah, I assumed it was still on the floor.
You did.
Okay. In that case, Joey's going to look confused. Miss Zenny, Miss Lola, where is the gun?
Who are you asking for the gun?
Well, I'm going to ask Jeanette first. Miss Jeanette, where is the gun?
She looks around. Mon Dieu, I don't know.
Miss Lola, do you have it?
She holds up her hands. You can search me if you like, says Lori.
I'm so sorry, Miss Lori. Okay.
Jeanette says, someone has it. They both look at the maid. I've been by the door,
Mademoiselle.
says the poor maid.
Mademoiselle, it's okay. You have the gun.
I don't have the gun.
I flop down to the floor and look under the bookcases to see if maybe it went skittering under a bookcase or a table or something.
Nope.
What happened when the Turkish man was overtaken? He still had the gun at that point, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of you three has the gun.
None, says
This is
Jeanette.
English.
I don't have it, says Lori. I don't have it either, says the maid.
I walk over and I start patting each one of them down to see.
None of them has the gun on their person.
I look out in the tarps, under the tarps at the dead body to see if maybe the gun got
checked
wrapped up in
Ricardo.
there.
Okay, hold on, one at a time.
I check Ricardo.
So
Sorry.
Ruth is checking the tarps. Mike's checking Ricardo.
Yes.
He doesn't have it, and it's not under the tarps.
Did it grow legs and walk away?
Okay. Well, that's not ominous. Okay, let's... Miss Simone, do you think you're safe if I give you some weapons to just go and check Miss Zenny's room to see if she's there?
Oh, she won't be there, says Ricardo.
Where is she? Where'd you put her? Or what's left of her?
She's in the cellar.
Okay, that makes things easy. Let's all go down to the cellar.
What did you do to her, says Lori. I just did what he told. What did you do to her? She just had to listen to some songs. That's all. I think she liked them.
Okay.
He's nuts, says Jeanette.
Yeah, no shit. He's he needs more liquor.
Miss Lori, this guy has just admitted to committing murder. Is that correct?
I didn't kill her. She's not dead. Not really.
Just say yes or no, Miss Lori.
Lori's like, he does seem to be a madman, and I would normally interpret what he's saying to be he's confessing to committing murder, yes.
But?
Not but. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh. All right.
Personally, I think that we'd be better off, not to sound cold-blooded about it, but it seems the most practical thing and the safest thing for us who remain, eliminating him from the equation. Or at least putting him somewhere where we're sure he cannot escape.
Hmm.
Okay. Are there any chandeliers?
Yes.
Okay. Remember how I said I had him bound in a chain?
Yes? Gonna hang him up in the air?
Yep.
You lower a chandelier, hug him up to the rig, and put him up in the air. He is squirming and yelling the entire time. He goes off in a language that isn't quite Spanish, it isn't quite something else. As I don't think any of you speak Ladino, you don't know what he's saying.
All right.
All right.
Let's go get this woman out of the cellar.
All right. Everyone's looking at each other very suspiciously.
Well, except me. I'm like... I look around for a new bottle of liquor.
There are none.
Simone, how do your powers actually work?
I touch things and I see shit.
Before we go, I want you to touch the palms of every single one of the women in this room.
Why
Is that
not
right?
yours? Says the maid.
I've already seen him.
Fine, get it over with. Maid puts her hands out.
Yeah, crap.
Roll your weirdness. And spin, since you're forcing this, spend a mana.
I rolled a 6 and a 5.
You see a pleasant field. You see her talking with her brother, who's a little younger than her. They're playing some game. They're much younger in the memory. And then all of a sudden, he explodes. She's screaming, covered in the blood of her brother as tanks go rolling by.
Oh. It's lovely.
You get the sense that she's not the murderer.
Okay, she's fine. The next person.
Okay. You turn. There's Lori. Okay.
Well, now I rolled a 6 and a 2.
You see her talking with Rolf on the night they last spent together. Her yelling at him about his involvement with the Nazis. Him yelling back about her love of the subhuman menace and how England would be better off as part of a greater Germany and blah, blah, blah. And they're yelling and yelling, and finally he slaps her.
Yeah.
In a fit of pique. She doesn't slap him. She kicks him right in the balls.
Oh!
She then proceeds to grab his wrist and break it. And she's about to kill him before his brother tackles her and gets her away from him. And in the vision, you see that she's got some combat training. She's not exactly as she's portrayed herself, but you also sense that she's not the murderer.
She should definitely be given a knife, because she can apparently handle herself. She's also not murdery, so...
And you turn and Jeanette's not there.
Oh, we have a suspect now.
Where did she go?
I don't know. I wasn't the one paying attention. You were supposed to be keeping an eye on, like, each other.
There's always been a rumor of hidden passages.
Those passages would only be known by someone who'd been here before.
Oh, she did say that she had a thing with the captain. She may have actually been here before then.
True. But that's something Mr. De Palm would have let us know about.
Would he? After all, his dead body decided to get up and attack this guy for some reason.
Well, this guy was pointing guns at We need to get to the cellar now.
I am
And I
not
head
ready.
off.
All right. You
I
proceed to the
hand
cellar.
Lori a knife.
Everybody give me a mental awareness. Mr. War Guy, you get to add 2 to it. Oh, fuck.
10.
Oh,
I just-
fuck.
I just got a 2.
Okay. At some point, as you're going
10.
down the hallways to the cellar, from behind you hear, bam, bam. You hear the maid go, ugh, 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 as she's taken around through the throat and around through the chest. She falls dead.
Oh. Fuck's sake.
Lori screams, she's behind us! And she flattens herself against a wall as another bullet skids off a wall. And, I'm being very fair. That was my stealth roll.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Under fire, in the dark, ambush from behind. Mental test against your grip, please.
I rolled a 1.
Yikes.
You lose
Okay.
3 grip. You are incredibly scared, Simone. What'd you get?
I got an 11.
You are not scared at all. In fact, you will not be scared about any ambush she attempts at you for the rest of this adventure. You're too mad about it.
I gave the poleaxe to Simone.
Hello,
I'm-
hello, comes Jeanette's voice from down the hallway.
Hello, mademoiselle. I am overcome with love for you. Would you care to come and give me a hug?
Oh, step out of the light and I will give you some kisses.
But I want the kisses of lead, not the kisses of flesh, not the kisses of lead.
Well, murder those 2 bitches with you and we'll split the cash.
What cash?
You think a castle this size doesn't have cash on hand? Jewels, objects to art, things the black market doesn't want seen? He was offering us a pittance of what this is worth. Not to mention what actual secrets might be in that tome.
You're the stupidest fucking bitch I've ever met.
And yet, I'm the one with the firearm in the superior position.
Woman, you can put the Picasso on your back and fly away and nobody will care. I will not care. But right now we have a woman who may be brainwashed by magic in the cellar and I have to go help her. So, if it's okay, I'd like to focus on that first and then we can come and have a tango.
Certainly.
Will you wait for me?
Go be heroic. I don't mind shooting you in the back.
Why are you shooting us in the first place? I've already given you free leave to steal everything you want.
Oh, I can't have anyone knowing that I have actual magic at my disposal, now can I?
You know you can't control that thing, right?
He did it. It can't be that hard.
That thing's been in his family for, like, generations.
Our family. And what one can do, another can do.
Can I touch the walls of the castle to see if I can try to figure out where her position is and, like, use that as, like, a vision to see?
That,
Or no?
no. Psychometry doesn't quite work that way. It reveals history and character. What you're talking about, some kind of different power.
Never mind then.
Sorry, sweet.
Yeah.
You're not a Jedi.
Wait, is there
But
stuff on the wall?
you could touch the
that could
castle
be
wall to see if
pulled
you hear
down?
the hidden passages are.
Oh, yeah, let me do that. Yeah, 4.
So there's no passage to get behind her, but there is a secret stairwell not too far away you guys could use to descend. And she would still think you're in this stairwell instead. And you spend
I
a
lean
mana
over
point
and
for
I
forcing
whisper-
that.
Yeah, I know. I wrote that down.
Okay.
I lean over and whisper that to him and point out where it's, like, is and shit.
But mademoiselle, I am confused. Why kill him at all? He
He was never going to choose me. He would have chosen one of you men. You men always do.
No, he wouldn't have. The Turk was never going to be chosen because he wouldn't have chosen somebody who would have to move his entire family. Honestly, I don't even know why that man was here. And I was going to give you the book anyway.
Oh, that's sweet of you. But I see through your attempt. Men have done nothing but lie to me and use me my entire life. You're no different.
No, you
weren't even that good last night.
Yeah. My shoulder has been pretty bad since the war. Makes it hard to move the back properly.
Your shoulder.
Is Ruth and her company down the stairwell yet?
Are we moving towards that? I told you about it, but I didn't actually hear.
Correct. I didn't hear it actually move.
I was under the impression. Okay.
You're stalling for time.
Like I said.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you stall. I'm gonna let it succeed. You all are down the side passage. She still thinks you're in that hallway. You now don't have somebody with a gun behind you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do next?
We have to keep descending the passage.
So this secret passage did not have any electric lights put in it. You're having to go down it blind. Roll me physical, difficulty 5 to get down it without stumbling.
Boy.
8.
I got a 4.
You stumble at some point and lose 1 health point, kind of like a twist the ankle kind of thing.
Okay.
Lori exploded, so she makes it gracefully. The 3 of you descend. You go down what feels like must be another 50 feet, and you realize you must be under the ground at this point. And you come out into a small chamber about 30 feet but wide, lit solely by a single emergency lantern. And in that room you see several books, several tables, and things scribbled upon the table that just look like the ravings of a madman. There is a door that exits to the actual cellar outside of this. What do you all do?
Okay. Well, we are looking for the Swedish lady. I go through the corridors and... I mean, are there any, adjunct rooms, or is it just the one?
It's just this one right now.
Right now?
Yeah, this secret stair opened up into this one room, and there's one door going into the cellar beyond it.
I open that door.
Okay, so you're going to open that door. Before you do, Lori gets to the other side of it and says, "Are you sure this is wise?"
No.
Glad to hear your honesty.
Someone down there. There's someone down there who needs our help.
Before we open that door, kiss for luck. It's the 50s, it was
Thanks.
A thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You open the door. You are looking at what appears to be a normal wine cellar with large casks of wine all over the place. But in the center of the room, where the wine cask racks would normally come together, there is what can only be described as a circular depression surrounded by a low stone wall. At that lone stone wall, there are various torch sconces, in which are burning torches that burn with an eerie purplish flame. Ruth? What are you doing?
Probably sticking close to the rest of them.
Okay. So you don't bother to check out the first room at all. You're just going to go straight into the cellar. Is that what I'm hearing?
Is there anything to see in the first room?
As I said, there was tables with scribbled writings on it, and the emergency lantern that lit it.
I guess maybe take a glance at the writing.
You see a bunch of stuff written in Latin and Greek and some French. It looks like his diary, mixed with whatever magical notes he was working on.
Miss Ricardo or De Palm?
De Palm.
Okay.
You see, I am worried the tincture seems to be losing power. It seems to be losing efficacy. Perhaps the plants we have now are not the same plants as we had back in the 1500s. I'm not quite sure what else to do. My sources of the original herbs is dwindling thin. I must make a jump soon, or all will be lost. Have contacted relatives for the jumping process. Hopefully one of them proves beneficial. We'll put the trace elements into their food tonight and see how they react. Whichever one reacts the most beneficially, that's the one I will attempt the process with. I'm surprised. It's the Swedish girl. I wouldn't have seen that. At first, I was hoping it might be the Turk or the other American, them having powerful male frames. Her feminine body will not be as strong as I would like, but at least it will be a body. And that's the last note.
Guys, they're not torturing the Swedish girl. They're planning on switching him into her somehow, magically.
Something must have gone wrong, though. Otherwise, why would his body attack the Turk?
I don't know.
Voices come from the depression. Each one speaks one word of the following sentence, and coherently comes out as a coherent sentence, but it's spoken by multiple voices. Some are male, some are female. Some are old, some are young. Because I was knifed before the process could be completed. Out of the pit walk 8 people. 2 of them are wearing SS uniforms. A couple are wearing normal peasantry wear. Some of them look like they're wearing kind of like professional suits, like maybe they were advisors of some kind. And one of them is Zeddy, wearing a dress. They all kind of have this weird half stature and kind of swaying back and forth. And in case I have to say it, mental fear test.
Yeah, no shit.
I spend 2 destiny to reroll.
You may. Lori loses it. She starts screaming.
I'm going to spend 2 destiny to reroll. Okay, that is good. Okay, I got myself a 9.
You don't lose any grip. You got a 5. You don't lose any grip. The chorus of possessed, animated, you're not quite sure, people come up out of the pit. They're covered in some kind of goo. Apparently it's a goo that helps preserve them or maintain the connection. You're not quite sure. I am sorry that we have to meet again like this. I had hoped it would be under, well, more conducive conditions. As you can see, part of the secrets the book imparts is a kind of immortality. And I've been using it since, 1502.
What happens to the other people? Where do they go?
The bodies age normally, and sometimes they die out of old age. Sometimes someone's unkind enough to kill one of my agents.
I wasn't asking that. I was asking what happens to them once you overwrite them.
Their minds are wiped blank for me.
Oh,
so you kill them.
It is a regrettable sacrifice, but one that has been made for the greater good of humanity. I have helped discover medicines, technologies. I helped end the war by feeding the Allies intelligence, not only saving lives of Hitler's victims. And all the people I have chosen, well, while there is a genetic component to the magic, I have chosen people that weren't doing much with their lives to begin with. You were just a plowboy on a farm. She was a fraud. I was very surprised to find out she actually had some gift. And Zeddy
I
here...
was not.
Zeddy here... Zeddy was a spoiled little rich girl. And the woman who murdered me, at least I assume it was a woman, I smelled perfume. She's a murderess. She will give nothing back to society, and I imagine she just wants our wealth and our prestige. So, I have no moral compunctions about what I've done. Once you realize there is no heaven, there is no hell, there's just what you can and can't do. It's quite liberating.
If what you say is true, then what is the source of magic? It didn't spring out of thin air.
In the past 500 years, I have given that some thought. And all I can decipher is that it's alien. From another world. Some of the herbs that are used are not native to our planet. It is not so much magic as a form of primitive science that we call magic because we don't fully understand it. The mass of them are starting to walk forward. But sadly, since I was interrupted, the process now is in danger of being wrecked, and all 5 centuries of my achievements are in danger of being lost. I need a singular host.
Okay. I pick up the sword, put it in front of me. If you want me, come and get me. Roll initiative.
What would happen if I set something on fire? Is what I was wondering.
You could attempt it.
We are in a wine cellar full of wine.
Wine's not that flammable, guys. It's not a
Yeah,
distilled grain
wine's
alcohol.
not really flammable. No.
Yeah, it's still alcohol, though.
There's a lot of wood, though, around you could probably eventually light up.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Eventually.
So you're going after him. The hands go, but there's no need for violence. We just need one volunteer. We can be a team. We can make this work.
You have so got to die. Again.
And it closes its eyes. And the one of you that is now the most like me is, it points to Lori, her. She is more compatible than the pair of you. Lori, won't you consider doing something great for humanity?
I rolled an 11 on my initiative.
You're rotting into the flame. So you're cutting this monster off before it can give the evil sermon. You just, got it. You're charging into battle. Ruth?
What the hell all is in this area that I could possibly use?
Well, you got the emergency lantern. It was lit by oil.
Okay, so
You've also got some, you probably also got torches and other things down here, but you would need to spend at least a couple actions looking.
Okay, well, she'll grab the oil, and she's going to basically try to throw the oil on all the people, like, possessed, weird, cool people, and then she try to set them on fire.
You grab the lantern. Lori grabs your wrist, and she goes, stop. Let's hear it out.
No. Back off.
It might be right.
No, it's not! Nothing should live that long, period, ever.
Lori, the man's ego is too big for him to be alive.
You're right. Roll a social on her. Since Ruth's directly talking to her. I'm sorry, Mike, but you were charging into battle. You don't hear the scene.
Good point.
I got a 4.
You think she's genuine?
No, I got 5.
Oh, you got 5?
5. I got 5. Yeah.
You realize she's lying to you. She's going to knife you in the back the second you turn. Whatever he fed us, it's affecting our minds. You can see her mind. You sense her mind is not working quite right.
I kick her in the groin because even on women, that fucking hurts.
That sounds like an initiative roll to me.
Three.
Sorry, she got a 9. She sees it coming with her British Special Air Service training, because she was actually part of the British Special Air Service.
Okay, I'm
She
dead.
blocks it aside, and then comes in with a quick jab. Oh! Oh! That's my attack roll.
Okay.
You may attempt to dodge it or parry it.
The hell do I roll for that?
You roll your physical.
My non-existent physical. Yeah, no.
9, 10, 11, 12. Wham! You take a rocking shot for 8 points of damage. Are you still up?
I don't know.
You had a base of 10. And you took 1 down the stairs. You got 1 health point left.
Great.
Boom! This jab just makes you're like, whoa. And it's kind of rattling. Give me a physical test real quick to see if you're even with it. That was a hell of a shot.
5.
Yeah, you blink through the pain. You're still there. You're able to act next round. Back to Mike. Mike's charging into battle. Ah! The mass of people kind of tilt their head the other way. The 2 Nazis pull their Lugers and start firing.
They have guns?
You are the luckiest MFer I've ever met. I rolled a pair of 1s. Him trying to control so many bodies at once, he can't get a hold of everybody. You are now right there amongst the crowd.
Okay,
they weren't
I
really
go
trying to
for
get
a
out of the
Luger.
way, so you just need 2s to hit them.
Okay. I go for Hive Mind Hitler number 1.
Fight Hitler number 1. Little bit of Rolf in my life, a little bit of Blitzkrieg on the side, a little bit of Muncie held on me, a little bit of Bon Bon, here we be. Sorry.
7.
That will hit with an extra degree of success. The sword does 2d6. Roll 2d6. Add physical's a +1. That's going to be 2d6 plus a total of 6, because the weapon is +3.
15.
That's enough to drop him. Boom! He goes down. He's dead. Got another attack left.
Second sword cut.
Wham! Go for
Second
it.
sword cut to the other Nazi.
Okay.
Okay. So that one, I rolled a 8 to hit him.
That will also be with an extra degree of success. So you will roll the same formula.
Okay, this one is a very lucky son of a bitch. In fact, can I roll a destiny to reroll?
You spend destiny to rerolls. You drop 2 destiny to do a
Spend
reroll.
destiny to reroll the damage. I
You
can't,
can
right?
actually
Nope.
spend destiny to maximize damage. If I remember correctly,
Oh,
it's
in that
4
case-
points.
Okay, then I will spend
4
points
points to
of
maximize
destiny.
a non-test die, such as damage, yes.
Okay, I have 7 points of destiny left.
So 2 of them
To
go down
maximize
immediately.
the damage.
Bam! Bam! That just leaves 6 of them.
All right. I thought you said there were 6 people, not 8.
I said 8 altogether, didn't I?
8 altogether. Okay, sure.
Ah! They flail at you, they kind of toys at you, and 4 of them automatically fail. One manages to clock you. They're not trying to harm you, they're trying to get a hold of you. So he gets a hold of the wrist, and the other one gets a hold of your other wrist. So now your wrists are bound amongst this crowd. And he says through the bodies, "Stop it. Only one of you needs to make the sacrifice." New initiative. Oh my god.
I didn't
Guys,
go.
I'm sorry.
Oh wait, no, I did go.
You did go.
Sorry, I forgot. I only got 4.
I got an 11.
First person to go is not the mob, thankfully. It is our British lady, Lori.
Yay.
Seeing that he's attacking them, seeing you, not sure who really to go for, she shoves you out of the way, and then she spends an action to move towards him, and she jumps on you from behind and tries to wrestle you, get around your neck to knock you out. You suddenly have this woman on your back trying to choke you. You may get a resist automatically. Target number to beat is a physical, and it is a 5.
Okay.
Which means for your +2 bonus from the Worthy, you only need a 3. You have a +1 physical. You only need to roll a 2 or better.
I rolled an 8.
So you not only resist it, you manage to flummox her and get her off of you so she can't try it again. We're then up to you who have the next highest initiative.
All right, and I have 3 actions, correct?
Correctamente.
Okay.
And I must also point out, you can also spend, in Forbidden Lore, you can spend 3 exhaustion to get an extra movement action. Like an attack.
All right. So first I'm going to attack puppet number 1.
Okay.
I will go down to 5 destiny in order to reroll that because I just rolled a 1. Okay, there we go. 7.
Got him. And with the degree of success extra, roll 2d6 plus 6.
Okay, 11.
The poor peasant dies under the blade. It drops, bleeding gore.
Second one, I'm sorry, you were very flirty and nice. And I go for the Swedish lady.
For Zeddy. Okay.
Zeddy. Okay, I got another 7 to hit.
That guy dropping destiny. Oh, thank God. You miss her by a whisker. She just backs out of the way. And in that moment, you realize if you kill Zeddy, that's where most of the personality is, they might all drop.
Attack Zeddy again.
Okay, and I'm out of destiny for the bad guys, so...
Okay, this one is a 6.
That will strike with an extra degree of success.
Okay. Zeddy is a very lucky woman because I rolled on my damage dice just 2, and it's 2 plus
6 is
4?
still 8 points.
8 points.
So you almost eviscerate her. She backs up. He's trying to hold the body, and realizing that this body isn't going to last because of lingering damage, it's going to perish soon. You see Zeddy look around. It makes eye contact with Lori. And it says, and this weird slime suddenly shoots out of its mouth onto Lori and knocks Lori down. Now she's covered in the slime.
Okay, is it my turn yet?
It is.
So I see that happen, right?
Yes, you do.
I grab the oil. I finish grabbing the oil, grab a torch, and I dump it all on Lori. Set them all on fire.
So I do need a mental because you're not a seasoned warrior like he was. I didn't ask a mental for him to charge into battle and start killing people. But you haven't actually ever committed murder before, so this is it. This has got to psych myself up for it. You need a 4 or better.
I'm gonna for a destiny, so I'm rolling a d10.
Okay, I like that. Spending the destiny for the d10 to make sure you get it over. I like that.
Thank God, I rolled a 9.
You come up to her, you're like, I never liked you, bitch. Just coat her in oil, set her on fire, whoosh, ah! They all react to it. They all kind of like spasm. Ah! Ah! And they all die as this 500-year-old being now perishes.
I pour more oil just to be sure.
Since you just defeated a major monster, you both gain 2 grip.
Okay. I pick up one of the lugers and I give the other one to Ruth. And I give the other one to Simone.
So the Lugers still have an extra clip each, so you've got about a clip and a half in each pistol.
Okay. I have a broadsword in one hand and a luger in the other.
I know, it's like
Time to go
someone from
kill a-
Agatha Christie or in John Carter of Mars, right? Waiting for the shadow to jump out from behind a corner.
I grab the diary and I throw it into the flames too, just to be on the safe side.
Give yourself 2 destiny. That's a world-saving plan. Because if y'all hadn't done something like that, I was going to have the French show up and grab a hold of that diary. All right, now what do you do?
I go up the stairwell in order to shoot a French woman.
Just walking confidently?
Oh, I'm stealth rolling.
Okay, well, you didn't declare that.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Roll your stealth.
Six. Wait, +2 for combat, right?
Mm-hmm.
8.
You see ahead of you that she has made a makeshift barricade with a couple of heavy tables and some chairs. That way she doesn't have to hug the wall. She's somewhere behind that barricade looking for you. You occasionally see shadows as she moves or she fidgets, because she can't keep herself still.
Only we had a grenade.
Woman, this isn't the Paris Commune. Come out and fight me like a man. Woman.
It appears someone actually has read a history book. I'm surprised. I think you Americans were literate.
As I keep saying, it's boring being on a farm in Ohio.
Well, if you step into the light, I'm sure we can discuss terms.
Woman, I just killed an undead abomination. Okay, I'm not in the mood for killing any more people today. Also, I'm curious, how did you get to kill him in the first place?
When I lived on the streets as a child, I learned how to be a pickpocket and a thief.
Okay.
It was that or become a whore.
I say to Simone, I think she's further down than the secret passage. I'll keep talking, you go behind her.
No, you want me to go down the secret path?
He wants you to go up the secret passage we came down and try to get behind him. And he actually, I didn't say this, but he actually intuited this correctly. He's correct. She doesn't know the passage is there, so she came down a little bit further down the stairwell and set up a barricade to wait for you all to try to come out.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll go around the secret passageway.
Okay. Simone, give me a stealth roll.
I'm gonna drop another destiny to roll a d10.
Sure.
Considering last time, I still rolled a 2.
Oh.
Let me re-roll.
Okay.
Five.
So you crawl up behind the hidden passageway. You look and you're about 20 feet behind her. Because of the curve of the stairwell, you actually come down the stairwell a little bit. You'll only be about 10 feet behind her. You actually have an angle for a shot. Which means if that shot doesn't kill her, she can rush you.
Maybe I didn't think to bring some more of that oil because I could have thrown it on the floor and then she could have slippy slide.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Simone, it's just... No one knows where the book is. In fact, do you even have the book?
Of course I have the bloody book.
Really? Because we searched you.
Do you think I'd be stupid enough to keep me on me? It's just like I did the same with the knife and the gun. I hid them in the room. You just didn't look in the right places. Typical man.
Well, I didn't think you were the person. I trusted you.
You still could. All you have to do is kill that bitch you're with.
So I rolled a
Well,
6 and
she's
a 5
already
to
dead.
shoot her.
Selling from behind you, bam, bam, The pistol does 3d6.
I got a 5, a 4, and a 3.
The first round catches her in the arm. She drops her weapon. She turns around, sees you, takes a staggering step forward with her knife, and then the second round catches her in the chest. She hits the ground. Her head hits the stairs. You hear a sickening bonk as part of her skull cracks, and you know that she is dead.
Simone?
She did.
Oh, thank God.
Now, let's go find that book and see if we can encase it in concrete and sink it into the bottom of the ocean.
Yep, I go up, take apart the barricade, and we go to Jeanette's room.
Okay. It's not in her room.
I look in the study where everybody else was.
Give me a mental roll. You're searching for it.
Yeah, it's Ben bait to Destiny to reroll that.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 1.
I got a 3.
So she actually did something very clever. She went to the bookcase, found books that were somewhat recessed from the lip, pulled them out, put the book behind it, and put those books in front of it.
Kind of what I was thinking she did.
So it was in the room the whole time.
It was in the room the entire time.
Now, I don't actually, put my hands on the book. I, get a fireplace poker or something like that and pull it out with a thump and then,
Very wise of you.
stuff on it.
Very wise of
I'm
you.
not touching this thing.
Yeah, like the thing they use to pick up hot coals. Tongs, that's what we use.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Storm is still raging.
Oh, you have any idea how to make concrete?
No.
Well, actually, there would be some spare concrete on site for repairs and stuff for the castle. That's not the issue. The issue is you
I'm
still
gonna go
have
back and
one person on property who's locked herself in the kitchen.
that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna go check on her.
Okay.
Oh, you can go check on her, and I'll go get the concrete and sink the book into concrete, and then have it ready to dump off the side
And
of
a
the boat.
storm that clearly isn't natural is raging outside. It's been going on for hours.
Well, it's obviously a hurricane passing through, so...
Okay.
Hello, Mademoiselle.
Fuck off!
Mademoiselle? Did you make the crepes?
Destiny! Screw you, you murderous American! I'm not letting you kill me!
Woman, we found out who the murderer was. It was Jeanette. It was the French woman.
Door cracks open. The pretty little strumpet?
Yeah.
Huh.
Apparently she used to be...
Apparently she can believe that. She opens the door and opens it up. What kind of crepes did you like?
Blueberry.
Oui, and she gets to work on making a crepe because right now she's so scared having anything to do makes sense.
When do you think this storm is going to pass?
I don't know. Back during the war, this would occasionally happen to keep the ships from hitting us. We always assumed it was the grace of God, but maybe it was something else.
Right.
I go
Okay,
back
well,
downstairs to ritual area.
So there isn't really a ritual area. What there are is a bunch of alchemy labs and stuff he was boiling up out of that slime, and a lot of that slime's in the pit.
I set the pit on.
What's that?
I set the pit on fire.
Okay. You dump oil in the pit and set it on fire. It begins to spread out and burn.
Oh. And then I try to figure out what's making the storm rage.
You see the stuff that's inside it kind of like boil and ripple. It's clearly alive. Mental.
Or,
You lose a grip.
okay.
What is your grip right now? I'm curious.
It's low. It's going to be like 2.
Three.
3? Yeah.
No, it's 3.
Thought it was getting low.
That's
Oh, yeah, that's right, because we got +2 for defeating.
Yep.
yeah, we got +2 back.
If you hadn't, she'd be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And last I heard that you're going to sink the book in concrete.
Well, that, but right now I'm trying to figure out what's making the storm rage and see if I can shut it off.
Well, the storm just keeps raging, and I'll tell you what, just because we're at the end of the adventure, I'll the GM give you a clue. Clearly, it's something that De Palme had set up if he was ever threatened to keep anyone from leaving the island. He died, and no one shut it off.
I go to the chandelier guy.
Ricardo's up there singing
Hi.
some song from his youth. Yes?
So we found out that the murderer actually was Jeanette.
Never
was
trust the
trying to kill them.
French.
Well, at least that nice French lady is making us crepes.
Blueberry?
That's what I asked for.
Oh,
So, do you know how we could turn this storm off? I don't know whether he taught you any of the
I
tricks.
do
or
not. I entrusted all the alchemy and sorcery to my employer, Mr. De Palme.
Hmm.
I know he said it had something to do with the gifts he had inherited.
Did you see exactly what he would do when he would set it off? Because we're pretty sure the storm is magical.
He would just kind of close his eyes and it would manifest or go opaque or dissipate.
Right? So, Mr. De Palme has passed on.
No.
We
No.
found his lab.
No, the world has lost a brilliant mind. He starts crying.
I hate that I'm about to do this. I really hate that I'm about to do this. But I think that crazy lady is on the end of her rope, so... Okay. I go over to the book and I touch it.
So Ruth last had the book and Ruth's in the cellar.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I go down to the cellar where Simone is.
Okay.
And Simone is still poking around and trying to figure out, is there something that might have a clue to shutting
So
the storm off?
parts of the book are written in Latin, parts are written in Greek, parts are written in French, and parts are written in this weird syllabary you've never seen before that now because what you're seeing you're starting to be convinced isn't from this planet. You do find a diagram showing the island and showing what must be wind around the island, and that weird language is written around it.
I can't make heads or tails of this.
I'm not touching this book.
Only you had someone that could read the script.
Can you read it, Ricardo?
No. If only there was a way to read the script.
We're all going to die here, you crazy fool. Eventually, this poor woman's going to run out of crepes.
Okay, that deserved a destiny too. It's a conundrum.
If it's attached to him, I take the body parts with him and the Arab guy,
Mm-hmm.
and also Miss Jeanette, who is his killer. And there are little boats, right? Like canoes on the island, rowboats.
Yeah.
I run one out and send one out into the storm.
So we're talking wave swells are like 10 feet high, big, choppy, clearly not natural phenomenon. You shove the boat out and it gets out there and it's smashed to bits and nothing seems to change.
So it's not tied to him. I walk around the outside of the islands. Do I see anything? Any glyphs with strange markings, or I can do a search roll?
Yep. Give me a mental search.
4.
You don't find anything, but it's also 9:30ish. So let me just go ahead and speed this up. A couple of hours go by, and it occurs to both the players that whatever is manifesting the storm, it has to be dismissed somehow. The only way to do it is to be able to read the words. That means somebody either has to know the language or be linked to someone who does know the language. You can only think of one way to do that. One of you's got to eat some slime.
No. Fuck no. In that case, didn't I set it on fire?
You did, but it wouldn't get all of it right away.
If I start doing weird things, woman, just set me on fire, okay? I take a very small spoonful of the slime, and I eat it as if it was apple compote.
Give me a fate.
I have a gun pointed at him the whole time. Like, right at him.
Wow. I got an 8.
You don't gain any corruption. At least not from that. For a moment, you can read it. It's almost like it's in English. You speak the incantation, and the storm goes away. That is the end of the adventure. I do hope you liked it. I thank you for playing the one-shot. Just so you know, there was corruption gained. I didn't give it to you because I didn't want you to know. Ruth is actually having character walk around with 2 points on her. Poor Idris had 2. Zeddy fell first because she fumbled both her resists. She had 8 points of corruption, while she was the first victim. She was the one that was most like him. And Jeanette and Lori both had 3, which is why they were not acting as sane as they should have been. Had Ruth gotten one more, she would have been a -1 point. And Michael, for some reason, passed all those checks. So he never actually gained any corruption. What did you all think?
Because I'm American.
Because you're American. What'd you all think?
That was a trippy adventure, James.
I threw that together all last night. From now on, I'll always have one shot on deck just in case something happens. Thank you all for playing and helping increasing the Simple Six project, and we will see you hopefully next Saturday at the same time.
Have a good one.
Hopefully it'll be the other world eventually.
Yes, because we're like 3 weeks overdue, and I'm chomping at the bit to play that.
All right.
All right, later.
Have a good one.
And if you're going to get a date, warn us more than 24 hours ahead of time.
She sprung it on me literally that afternoon. It was like,
Ah, okay. Forgivable once.
It didn't even go that well, but
Oh. No, not yay. Not yay. That's bad. Later.